So when I was young, I didn't really know what I was going to do when I got older. Eventually, I thought that the idea of inventing things would be really cool. I read a quote from Arthur C. Clarke, which said that a sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and that's really true. If you go back, say 300 years, the things that we take for granted today would be you'd be burned at the stake for. Being able to fly, that's crazy. Being able to see over long distances, being able to communicate, having effectively, with the internet, a group mind of sorts, and having access to all the world's information instantly from almost anywhere on the earth. This is stuff that really would be magic, or would be considered magic in times past. So I thought, well, if I can do some of those things, basically, if I can advance technology, then that's like magic, and that would be really cool. And I also had sort of a slight existential crisis, because I was trying to figure out what does it all mean? Like, what's the purpose of things? And I came to the conclusion that if we can advance the knowledge of the world, if we can do things that expand the scope and scale of consciousness, then we're better able to ask the right questions and become more enlightened, and that's really the only way forward. So I studied physics and business because I figured in order to do a lot of these things, you need to know how the universe works, and you need to know how the economy works. And you also need to be able to bring a lot of people together to work with you to create something, because it's very difficult to do something as an individual if it's a significant technology.
How do you choose your team? Based on what?
Well, I suppose honestly that it tends to be gut feel more than anything else. So when I interview somebody, my interview question is always the same. I said, tell me the story of your life and the decisions that you made along the way and why you made them. And also tell me about some of the most difficult problems you worked on and how you solved them. And that question, I think, is very important, because the people that really solve the problem, they know exactly how they solved it. I mean, for me, it's simply this is something that is important to get done, and we should just keep doing it, or die trying. And I don't need a source of strength.
So quitting is not even like...
It's not in my nature.
Okay.
And I don't care about optimism or pessimism. Fuck that, we're going to get it done. But I guess for me, the social cues were not intuitive. I was just very bookish, and I didn't understand these. I guess others could sort of intuitively understand what was meant by something. I would just tend to take things very literally, as just like the words as spoken were exactly what they meant. They turned out to be wrong. You can't. They're not simply saying exactly what they mean. There's all sorts of other things that are meant. It took me a while to figure that out. But I was, bullied quite a lot. I did not have a sort of happy childhood, to be frank. It was quite rough. But I read a lot of books. I read lots and lots of books, and so that gradually I sort of understood more from the books that I was reading, and watched a lot of movies. But it took me a while to understand things that most people intuitively understand. The reality of what's happening, whether one likes it or not, is that we're building super intelligent AIs, hyper intelligent, like intelligent, more intelligent than we can comprehend. So I would liken this to, like, let's say you have a child that is a super genius child, that it's going to be much smarter than you. Then, well, what can you do? You can instill good values in how you raise that child. So
yes.
Even though it's going to be far smarter than you, you can make sure it's got good values, philanthropic values, good morals, honest, productive, that kind of thing. Controlling, at the end of the day, I don't think we'll be able to control it. So I think the best we can do is make sure it grows up well. Well, honestly, I go back to minimizing, government intervention. In general, I'm very much in favor of small government, and that like there shouldn't be incentives, tax breaks, or for anything at all. That would be like no incentives, tax for anything at all. Whether it's that includes oil and gas, electric cars, nothing, no incentives for nothing, you know. So, you know, so the tax code is like, I mean, you know, you could fill this room with the tax code. It's like so-called. I think only an AI could even understand the tax code. Maybe. You know, I think we want to have a tax code you can actually read, both as a human. You know, instead of having like, it might be upwards of 1 million different tax breaks or tax loopholes or whatever. It's insane. So, you know, like I said, I think we want minimal government action and maximum freedom for the people, and that is what leads to the highest level of prosperity. Yeah.
Zip2, a California company that provides online access to information about cities around the country. Everything from where to eat to how to get around.
You imagine the possibilities, but
The company's chief engineer and founder is 27-year-old Elon Musk.
And how old were you when you started this company, or what became this company?
23.
It's a classic Silicon Valley story. Before there was the vintage Jaguar, the six-figure salary, the cute dog, and the nice house to share with the pretty girlfriend, there was the $200 a month office with the leaky roof.
It was just the nastiest place you can imagine.
And you lived in it too?
And I lived in it too and showered at the YMCA.
Take us back to when you really started all of this.
Well, that was the summer of '95. I had no money whatsoever. I was working, doing research in Silicon Valley on a completely different subject and trying to start this company at the same time. And when it came time to decide, do I want to do graduate studies or do I want to start this company, and I decided to start the company, I had no money. As a graduate student, I would have received a scholarship and a stipend and so forth. In starting the company, I had nothing. I had no income source. So we found that an office was actually cheaper than an apartment in Silicon Valley. So we got this dinky little office that had a leaky roof. It was just the nastiest place you can imagine.
And you lived in it too?
And I lived in it too and showered at the YMCA. This lasted for about 3 or 4 months. And the reason we chose this office, in addition to it being really cheap, was that there was an internet service provider on the floor below. So we were able to get really cheap internet access by drilling a hole in the floor and connecting to their server directly.
You know, this industry is so young, and we don't really know where it's going. But what do you see as the future of the internet?
I think the internet is the superset of all media. It is the be-all and end-all of media. One will see print, broadcast, arguably, radio, essentially all media folding into the internet. And what the internet amounts to is it's the first of two-way communication medium that is intelligent. It allows consumers to choose what they want to see, when they want to see it, and whether that be radio, whether that be print, whether that be television, broadcast. I think it's going to revolutionize all traditional media.
Now Musk has his own computer command center, and his business is thriving. To his delight, Microsoft has tried and so far failed to get a hold in Zip2's market.
You always keep an eye on them, though.
You bet.
And everyone in Silicon Valley is keeping an eye on the battleground a continent away at the federal courthouse in Washington. It's here where it will be decided whether Microsoft and its founder, Bill Gates,
I don't remember sending it.
are our generation's equivalent of John D. Rockefeller and his Standard Oil, the monopoly the government broke up in a landmark case that really started antitrust enforcement at the dawn of the century.
Microsoft should not be allowed to own the browser market. If they do that, then they will own the gateway to the internet for every consumer, and that is almost certainly likely to result in a less valuable experience for the consumer. We certainly hope to increase the...
There are so many scenarios of how the Microsoft case could conclude that none of the experts will predict an outcome. And many in the scrappy computer industry that prides itself on rewarding innovation say they haven't chosen sides in the U.S. versus Microsoft battle. In the world of Bill Gates, Peter Doherty, T.J. Rogers, and young Elon Musk, there is a brooding anxiety over the landmark trial that will map out the rules of the road to the internet.
The best thing I found for as a rebuttal, like if there's a hoax, is just go to the source material. You know,
Right.
if somebody thinks, Trump said that we should put Liz Cheney in a firing squad, I'm like, let me send you a link to X so you can watch his video. That's the best way.
Yes.
Don't take my opinion for it. Don't take anyone's opinion for it. Go to the source material.
And community notes.
Yes, and community notes.
Community
is
notes
awesome.
is the best.
It's awesome.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Because everybody gets checked.
Yes, including me.
Yeah.
And with community notes, all the software is open source, and all the data is open source. So you can recreate any given note independently.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's how that's how it should be.
It's total, absolute transparency in every way. Sometimes I get asked like, "Oh, Elon, can you remove a note?" Mostly by the left, but sometimes by the right. I'm like, I don't even remove notes on my own account. Nothing. And by the way, everything is totally open. So if I did that, it would stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
Immediately. Like it's not going to be subtle.
That is the best counter to misinformation.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Like, let everybody look at it and say, okay, here's what the actual facts say.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. The counter to misinformation is better information.
Not just that, but having it checked in real time by the
Yeah.
community. So you
Yes.
have millions of people that can go over it and debate whether or not this is true or that's true.
Yes, and just like I said, like the best way to understand the truth of things is don't take anyone's opinion for it. Look at the source material. So
Yeah.
it's like look at what someone actually said. Look at what someone actually did. Look at the real videos of the situation, and then you'll know what's real. People can choose to be not ordinary. They can choose to not necessarily conform to the conventions that were taught to them by their parents.
Elon, welcome to Riyadh. It's been quite an incredible 90 days for you, my friend.
Yeah.
XAI Colossus came online 122 days. You're about to double in size again. The extraordinary success of the 5th mission of Starship and the booster capture, amazing. The launch of Cybercab. Starlink helping in disaster relief, progress with Optimus, the second Neuralink human patient, new record users on X. And that's in 90 days. I'm sure I've missed a few things. Welcome.
Yeah, I've been playing a significant role in this election.
I think I saw you someplace on X dealing with election issues. Let's talk a little bit about AI, which is on the tips of everybody's conversations here. When we spoke last in March at the Abundance Summit, your prediction was that AI was increasing at a rate as fast as 100 times per year, and that by 2029 or 2030, we might see AI as capable as 8 billion humans. Are you still seeing that pace?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. It's a difficult thing to quantify exactly, but I certainly feel comfortable saying that it's getting 10 times better per year, which is, let's say it's, 4 years from now, that would mean 10,000 times better. So maybe 100,000. Yeah.
And
I think it will be able to do anything that any human can do. Possibly within the next year or two, and then that's what can how much longer than that does it take to be able to do what all humans can do combined? I think not long. Probably only, I don't know, 3 years from that point. So it like 2029-ish, 28, something like that.
The other conversation we've had, and you came out in the same side as Jeffrey Hinton in this, was 80% probability it's going to be awesome. 20% probability we're
Yes.
screwed. Are you still on those odds?
Yeah, I mean, one could say it's most likely going to be great, and there's some chance, which could be 10 to 20%, that it goes bad. The chance is not zero that it goes bad, but overall, one could say that the cup is 80% full. Is one positive way to look at it. Maybe 90%.
I like that, increasing odds. What keeps you
We'll
up
see. Yeah.
What keeps you up at night besides running 6 companies?
Well,
About
waking
this.
up early to participate in talks like this one.
I felt very guilty asking you to do this, but thank you for joining us
Welcome.
nonetheless. But
In terms of worried about the future, well, I think AI is a significant existential threat and something we should be paying close attention to. It's probably the most significant near-term threat. The longer term than that is the global population collapse. You know, birth rates have been collapsing pretty much worldwide, and we're headed to a situation where, for example, based on current birth rates, South Korea would have about a third of its current population, perhaps much less. Europe would have about half of its current population, perhaps much less. And I should say that those numbers are if the birth rate were suddenly to return to 2.1 per woman, which is a stability point, which it's not doing. So if the current compounding effect continues, you would see really many countries become 5% of their current size or less within 3 generations.
I know you've been
So
doing your...
I would consider that to be a very big problem. And I think for most countries, they should view the birth rate as the single biggest problem they need to solve. I mean, if you don't make new humans, there's no humanity, and all the policies in the world don't matter.
I know you've been doing your part to maintain the birth rate in the U.S.
Yes, I am. I mean, you've got to walk the talk. So I do have a lot of kids, and I encourage others to have lots of kids.
But on the AI, and I'm sorry to go negative on this, but what are you doing right now that's most important for countering that 10% probability of dystopian outcomes? Is there something, or is there a regulation that you're promoting? How do you think about, the upside will take care of itself. How do you protect against the downside?
Well, my instinct with respect to AI safety is that you have to create a maximally truth-seeking AI, which may sound obvious, but that's what I'm seeing being produced is not maximally truth-seeking. It tends to be trained to be politically correct, and for a lot of the AIs that are being trained in the San Francisco Bay Area, they have taken on the philosophy of the people around them, which kind of makes sense. So you have sort of a woke, nihilistic, in my opinion, philosophy that is being built into these AIs, and they're being taught to say crazy things in some cases that are very troubling. Like when Google Gemini came out, people asked whether it is which is worse, misgendering Caitlyn Jenner or global thermonuclear war, and it said misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, which is obviously a problem because we'd all die in global thermonuclear war. And so if you have an AI that's programmed for things like that, it could conclude that the best way to ensure that nobody is misgendered is to annihilate all humans, thus making the probability of a future misgendering zero. That's highly problematic. So you really want to have a maximally truth-seeking AI, and I can't emphasize that enough. That's incredibly important. And obviously build an AI that loves humanity, and I think these. So I'm a little concerned. That's why I created XAI, which is to have an AI that is maximally truth-seeking, that aspirationally does love humanity, and will seek the best interests of humanity going forward.
You just tweeted that you're doubling the size of the Colossus cluster.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
We already have with XAI the most powerful training cluster in the world, and we're about to double it.
Energy is a point of conversation here. How
Yes.
concerned are you about providing sufficient energy for the growing hungry clusters globally?
Yeah, I think things are currently chip limited, or they're not quite chip limited. They're getting to the point where they're limited by voltage transformers and installation, and they will become limited by energy. So there will be a tremendous amount of energy that's needed for digital intelligence and for also for electrification of transport. So those two things are a big deal. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of energy. The long term, almost all the energy that we'll get is going to come from the sun. So one way to look at civilization is progress on the Kardashev scale.
We're just barely getting to one.
Well, we're far from,
half.
getting. I think we might be close. I'm not. It's not clear to me we're above 1% on the Kardashev scale 1. Because Kardashev scale 1 means you've harnessed all the power of the planet. I think we've probably harnessed less than 1% of the power of Earth. Now, Kardashev scale 2 is you've harnessed all the power of your sun. The sun is overwhelmingly the largest source of energy in the solar system. Everything else maybe amounts to about 1/trillionth of the energy in the solar system compared to the sun. Safely less than 1/trillionth of all the energy is non-sun in our solar system.
Yeah, we're using 1/8000th of the sun's energy hits the surface of the Earth.
Just that hits the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yes. And the percentage of the sun's energy that hits the surface of the Earth is less than 1/trillionth of the energy that the sun produces. So almost all energy long term will be solar. It rounds up to 100%. So it rounds up to 100%. That's how much of the energy in the future will be solar. When you view things from a Kardashev standpoint.
Elon, we have a number of national leaders, corporate financial leaders from the Middle East here. What's your advice to decision makers here in the room that don't want to miss the AI transformation, that will be part of the leadership of that AI transformation? Do they need to build their own clusters here? Are they partnering?
Yeah, I think there's probably all countries will have their own AI clusters over time. It's currently very difficult to actually build an AI cluster and have it run. It's not like just pulling a computer out of a box. They are currently very difficult to run. And you have to say, are you going to be training a frontier model? Because if you're training a frontier model, then you need a massive amount of compute and a level of technical skill that is only a few companies possess. So, but over time, I think every country will have AI compute clusters. It's just going to be a normal thing that every country has. So, yeah.
So basic infrastructure for every nation, like they have an electrical grid.
Yeah, it'll be something like electricity, or just or having an airline or something like that. It's every country will have AIs or multiple AIs. So, and there will be a lot of robots.
There'll be a lot of robots. But we had
way more robots than people.
Yeah, let's have that conversation a second, because people are concerned about, as you said, dwindling populations. AI and robots have the potential to help support the GDP.
Yes.
Congratulations on Optimus 2 and soon Optimus 3. Your prediction on the number of robots by 2040, humanoid robots to be specific, what order of magnitude?
By 2040?
Yeah, so.
I think by if you say like 2040, probably there are more humanoid robots than there are people.
So on the order of 10 billion, yeah.
Yes.
And your price point on these humanoid robots? You're pretty good on pricing. Sometimes you're off on timing.
Yeah, I'm often optimistic on timing, but although the press will report when I'm late, but not when I'm early. For example, our Shanghai factory, we thought it would take about 1.5 years, and we did it in 11 months. Our Nevada factory, we thought 2 years, we did it in 18 months.
Or the Colossus cluster.
Texas factory, 2 years, we did it in 14 months. So I've been early actually many times. It's just not reported. So when I make a prediction, I try to figure out. I try to say what is the 50th percentile likely, which means that half the time I should be wrong. So I'm not sandbagging essentially. So, but I think it's once you get out 2040, that's a long time from now. Going 25 years, there'll be at least 10 billion humanoid robots.
And price point?
Yeah, the price point will be, I think, quite low. Probably $20,000-$25,000 for a robot that can do anything. We will be in a future, assuming we are on the good path of AI, I think we will be in a future of abundance. Obviously you wrote a book called Abundance. So I think you would agree that that is probably the outcome. Basically anyone will be able to have any goods and services they want. The actual marginal cost of goods and services will be extremely low in the future.
In our last 4 minutes, let me change the subject to something near and dear to both of our hearts. Congratulations on Starship. It was literally awesome. Probably the engineering feat of this decade, if not more.
Not bad for humans. Not bad for humans. We did that with no AI was involved in that whatsoever. So
amazing.
I'm glad to say that we were able to do that entirely with human brains and without AI. I think in the future the AI might look at that and say, not bad for a bunch of monkeys.
When are we on Mars? When is Starship on Mars?
I think we'll be able to launch some Starships to Mars in 2 years. So at the next Mars window, which is in about 26, 27 months, we're just about to start, or we're at the beginning of a Mars transit window now, and they occur every 26 months. So just over 2 years, we'll be sending our first uncrewed Starships to Mars. And then if those if those work out well, and we don't increment the crater count on Mars, then we'll send humans 2 years after that.
So a challenge to be on the surface of Mars before the end of the decade sounds like a reasonable proclamation for either
I think so.
for either side of the White House. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I will go
I feel
there.
more optimistic about it under with a Trump White House than a non-Trump White House, because the biggest impediment to progress that we're experiencing is regulatory is overregulation.
Got to keep those whales and sharks safe. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It just takes us. I mean, it takes longer to get the permit to launch than to build a giant rocket, and the bureaucracy in the U.S. has been growing every year and has particularly grown under the Biden administration. And unless we do something to scale back the overregulation, I call it sort of, America is getting, and a lot of countries are getting slow strangulation from overregulation. And unless something is done to push back on that, it'll eventually become illegal to do almost any large project, and we won't be able to get to Mars.
Last subject. Congrats on the cybercab rollout. Pretty extraordinary. Kathy Woods predicted it to be, multiple trillions of dollars of potential GDP growth and impact. Give us some predictions on when we'll see cybercab, when we'll be ordering a cybercab.
Yeah, well, Tesla, unsupervised full self-driving, we expect to be working in the U.S. next year with the Model 3 and Y. So you don't have to wait for the robo-taxi or cybercab to for Tesla to release autonomy. We're currently expecting to exceed human safety levels in Q2 next year, and then substantially go beyond that thereafter. And so really it's just a software update to the cars to be able to launch our self-driving network. So we expect to do unsupervised full self-driving and start that in California and Texas, around the middle of next year. And then, we have 7 million cars on the road. We'll have 9.5 million cars by the end of next year. So, and eventually we'll have a fleet of 100 million plus vehicles, and they'll all be autonomous. The Cybercab with no steering wheel or pedals, we're expecting to reach volume production in 2026. So that's certainly interesting. But like I said, the actual launch of a robotic taxi, unsupervised full self-driving, is actually next year. And at the event, the Tesla Autonomy event, we had 50 cars, 30 Model Ys that were driverless, and 20 of the Cybercabs. And so autonomy is here, is what I'm saying. And and all cars will drive themselves. This is a no-brainer. And they'll get to where they're 10 times safer than human-driven cars, which will save, past 1 million lives a year globally. And then Optimus starts limited production next year, 2025, and then should be in volume production in 26. And then we'll grow to, I think, ultimately be the biggest product of any kind ever. And I kind of agree with ARK Invest and Kathy Wood that autonomy, like the sort of robotic taxis, makes Tesla kind of like about a $5 trillion company. The Optimus robot, I think, makes Tesla a $25 trillion company. It's not even clear what money means in the future.
We end up in a post-capitalist society at some point. Elon, you make
we do sort of end up. It does become kind of post-capitalist. And like I said, and I know you agree with this, that and looking at the most likely bright side, we're headed for an age of abundance where anyone can have any goods and services they want. It won't be a case of universal basic income. It'll be a case of universal high income is the most likely outcome.
You make it look easy, my friend. Thank you for making some time available. I know it isn't easy. Let's give it up for Elon Musk, everybody.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, my friend.
I'll try to make this as interesting as possible. If you like space, you'll like this talk. So my background, in brief, I'll talk a little bit about Zip2 and PayPal, and then mostly about space and what we're doing in space. So I originally came out to California to do energy physics at Stanford, actually, and ended up putting, this is in '95, and ended up putting that on hold to start Zip2. Zip2, I'll tell you a little bit about the thought process of exactly what happened there. In '95, it wasn't at all clear that the internet was going to be a big commercial thing. In fact, most of the venture capitalists that I talked to hadn't even heard of the internet, which sounds bizarre, on Sand Hill Road. But I wanted to do something in the internet. I thought it would be a pretty huge thing, and I thought it was one of those things that only came along once in a very long while. So I got a deferment at Stanford and thought I'd give it a couple of quarters. And if it didn't work out, which I thought it probably wouldn't, then I'd come back to school. Actually, when I talked to my professor and I told him this, he said, "Well, I don't think you'll be coming back." And that was the last conversation I had with him. So, but there weren't a lot of ways to get. The only way to get involved with the internet in '95 that I could think of was to start a company, because there weren't a lot of companies to go and work for, apart from Netscape, maybe one or two others. So, and then I didn't have any money, so I thought, well, we've got to make something that's going to return money very, very quickly. So we thought, well, the media industry would need help converting its content from a print media to electronic, and they clearly had money. So if we could find a way to help them move their media to the internet, that would be an obvious way of generating revenue. There was no advertising revenue on the internet at the time. So, and that was really the basis of Zip2. And we ended up building quite a bit of software for the media industry, primarily the print media industry. So we had as investors and customers Hearst Corporation, Knight Ridder, most of the major U.S. Print publishers. We built that up, and then we had the opportunity to sell to Compaq in early '99, and basically took that offer. It was for a little over $300 million in cash, and that's a currency I highly recommend. So we had that, but I wanted to do something more after Zip2. So post the sale, in fact, immediately post the sale, I didn't really take any time off. I was trying to think of where were the opportunities this is in early '99, where the opportunities remained in the internet. And it seemed to me that there hadn't been a lot of innovation in the financial services sector. And when you think about it, money is low bandwidth. You don't need some sort of big infrastructure improvement to do things with it. It's really just an entry in the database. The paper form of money is really only a small percentage of all the money that's out there. So it should lend itself to innovation on the internet. So we thought of a couple of different things we could do. One of the things was to combine all of somebody's financial services needs into one website, so you could have banking, brokerage, insurance, and all sorts of things in one place. And that was actually quite a difficult problem to solve. But we solved most of the issues associated with that. And then we had a little feature which took us about a day. That was the ability to email money from one customer to another. So you could type in an email address, or actually any unique identifier, and transfer funds, or conceivably stocks or mutual funds or whatever, from one account holder to another. And if you try to transfer money to somebody who didn't have
an account in the system, it would then forward an email to them saying, hey, why don't you sign up and open an account? So, and whenever we demonstrate these two sets of features, we'd say, well, this is a feature that took us a lot of effort to do, and look how you can see your bank statement and your mutual funds and your insurance and all that. It's all on one page, and look how convenient that is, and people go, well, ho-hum. And then we'd say, and by the way, we have this feature where you can enter somebody's email address and transfers funds, and they go, wow. So we we're like, okay. So we focused the company's business on email payments. And in the early going, the company was called X.com. And then there was another company called Confinity, which had actually also started out from a different area. They started out with Palm Pilot cryptography. And then they had as a demo application the ability to beam token payments from one Palm Pilot to another via the infrared port. And then they had a website, which was called PayPal, where you would reconcile the beamed payments. And what they found was that the website portion was actually far more interesting to people than Palm Pilot cryptography was. So they started leading their business in that direction. And then in basically early 2000, X.com acquired Confinity, and then about a year later, we ended up changing the company's name to PayPal. And that's kind of how the approximate evolution of the company. But PayPal is really a case of where the whole viral marketing, it's really a perfect case example of viral marketing, like Hotmail was, where one customer would essentially act as a salesperson for you for bringing in other customers. So they would send money to a friend and essentially recruit that friend into the network. And so you had this exponential growth. The more customers you had, the faster it grew. So it was like bacteria in a petri dish. It just goes like, there's this S curve. And in fact, I ran PayPal for about the first 2 years of its existence. And we launched after year 1, and by the end of year 2, we had 1 million customers. So it gives you an example, it gives you a sense for how fast things grow in that scenario. And we didn't have a sales force. We actually didn't have a VP of sales. We didn't have a VP of marketing, and we didn't spend any money on advertising. In about February of last year, for those some of you are probably following it, in February of last year, PayPal went public, and I think we were the only internet company to go public in the first part of last year. It went off reasonably well, although I think we had more SEC rewrites than any company I can imagine. I think we set a record on SEC rewrites. This was right around the Enron time and when there was all sorts of corporate scandals, so they put us through the ringer. And then shortly thereafter, in about June, July, we struck a deal with eBay to sell the company to eBay. For about $4.5 billion. But that was when eBay's stock price was about $55, and they hadn't split. So I guess in today's dollars, we're about $3 billion. So that worked out pretty well. It happened coincidentally that in the first part of last year, I've been doing just some background research on space, and let me talk a bit about that. So, essentially, I was trying to figure out why we had not made more progress since Apollo. In the 60s, we went from basically nothing, not being able to put anyone into space, to putting people on the moon, and developing all the technology from scratch to do that. And yet, in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, we've kind of gone sideways. And we're currently in a situation where we can't even put a person into low Earth orbit. And that doesn't really gel with all of the other technology sectors out there. The computer that you could have bought in the early 70s would have filled this room and had less computing power than your cell phone. And so just about every sector of technology has improved. Why has this not improved? So I started looking into that. Initially, I thought, well, perhaps it's a question of funding, and that funding can be garnered by really marshalling public support. So I thought, well, one way to get the public excited about space would be to do maybe a privately funded robotic mission to Mars. And so we figured out a mission that would cost about $15 to $20 million, which isn't a lot of money, but it's about a tenth of what a low-cost NASA mission would be. And the idea was called Mars Oasis, where we'd put a small robotic lander on the surface of Mars with seeds in dehydrated nutrient gel that would hydrate upon landing, and you'd have plants growing in Martian radiation and gravity conditions. And you'd also be maintaining essentially a life support system on the surface of Mars. And this would be interesting to the public because they tend to respond to precedents and superlatives. And this would be the furthest that life's ever traveled and the first life on Mars, so pretty significant. And then when I started looking at launch vehicles, the lowest cost vehicle in the U.S. is Boeing's Delta II, which costs about $50 million. And that's a bit steep, what we were trying to do. So I made 3 visits to Moscow, to Russia, to look at buying a Russian launch. And it's actually pretty interesting going to Moscow to negotiate for a refurbished ICBM. If on the range of interesting experiences, that's pretty far out there. But we actually did get to a deal, but there were so many complications associated with the deal that I wasn't comfortable with the risks associated with it. So when I got back from the 3rd trip, I thought, well, why is it the Russians can build these low-cost launch vehicles? Because it's not like we drive Russian cars, fly Russian planes, or have Russian kitchen appliances. And when's the last time you bought something Russian that wasn't vodka? So I think the U.S. is a pretty competitive place, and we should be able to build a cost-efficient launch vehicle. So I put together a feasibility study which consisted of engineers that have been involved with all the major launch vehicle developments over the last 3 decades. And we iterated over a number of Saturdays in the beginning of last year to figure out, well, what would be the smartest way to approach this problem of not just launch cost, but also launch reliability. And we came up with a default design. And that actually, sort of fortunate timing, that feasibility study finished up right around the time that we agreed to sell PayPal to eBay. So coincident with that sale, I moved down to LA, where there's actually the biggest concentration of aerospace industry in the world. It's actually the biggest industry in Southern California, much bigger than entertainment or anything else. I was living in Palo Alto for about 9 years before that. Anyway, so just to talk a little broadly about space and where things are today. Obviously, U.S. government manned exploration is not in a great place. We've got the 3 remaining shuttles are grounded. It looks like first flight might only be a year from now, if that. And we've got a vehicle that is incredibly expensive and really quite dangerous. It's, for reasons mentioned there, it's got a side-mounted crew compartment, so if there's an explosion, it's basically instant death. You've got solid rocket boosters, which once you ignite them, you can't turn them off. And there's something fundamentally dangerous about premixing your fuel and oxidizer, I think. And then you've got wings and control surfaces. When you re-enter, you've got to maintain a precise angle of attack. Even a momentary variance in that can break the whole vehicle apart. So, and then, of course, it's got no escape system. So if anything does go wrong, you're toast. And you've got a cost that is really pretty hard to fathom. The shuttle program, when you add up all the pieces, is about $4 billion a year. And so you can divide $4 billion by the number of flights, and that'll tell you what the cost is. And if there's, say, 4 flights a year, which they haven't been for a while, then you're talking about $1 billion a flight. The plans for the immediate future are obviously we've got to continue building the space station. So we're going to keep flying the shuttle, but I think it's probably going to be the minimum number of shuttle flights that we need to launch. The long-term plans are to build something called orbital space plane. And I say plane in quotes because one of the options is a capsule. So it should be called, maybe orbital space thing. But the basic idea is to have something that's hopefully a little cheaper and a lot safer than the space shuttle. So in particular, it's going to have an escape system. So if something does go wrong, you can abort to safety. The downside is that while it might be a little cheaper, it's still going to be pretty darn expensive. The estimated cost per flight of orbital space plane is somewhere in the region of $300 to $400 million a flight. And of that amount, just $200 million alone goes to Boeing for the Delta IV Heavy expendable booster. It's a $15 billion development effort and expected to be completed in 9 or 10 years. Now, typically things have not been under budget and under time. So it's unlikely, I think, given historical precedent, that it will stay within $15 billion and the 2012 timeline. And a bit about what's going on elsewhere in the world. In Russia, the Soyuz is our only access to space station. It's considerably cheaper, considerably safer. The Soyuz has a very good track record. The crew is top-mounted. It has an escape system. There are no wings or control surfaces to go wrong. Overall, it's a pretty good system. And the estimated costs are about $60 million a flight, which is more than an order of magnitude less than the space shuttle. The thing that constrains them, obviously, is the weakness of the Russian economy. It's very hard for them to embark on ambitious programs with an economy the size of Belgium. So China is probably the most interesting thing that's going on in space. This month, China is expected to be only the third. It's expected to launch their first person into space. They'll make them only the third country ever to put someone in orbit. And they've put a lot of money and effort into this program. If anything serves as a spur for human space exploration, it is likely to be China's ambitions in space, and hopefully a sense in America that we want to at least keep up with China. And they have grand ambitions beyond just low Earth orbit. They're planning on setting up a space station, putting a base on Mars, and eventually sending humans to Mars. So what's happening in the U.S. that I think might ultimately surpass all of that stuff is entrepreneurial space activities, where things are led by the spirit of free enterprise. And I think there's perhaps an analogy here where just as DARPA served as the initial impetus for the Internet and underwrote a lot of the costs of developing the Internet in the beginning, it may be the case that NASA has essentially done the same thing by spending the money to develop some of the fundamental technologies in the beginning, and then once we can bring sort of the commercial free enterprise sector into it, then we can see the dramatic acceleration that we saw in the Internet. So there are several serious launch vehicle efforts underway. Talk about each one. There's Burt Rutan of Scaled Composites. Burt Rutan is one of the world's foremost aircraft designers, and he's developed a suborbital vehicle that they're actually flying out of Mojave. This is an X-Prize class vehicle. There's John Carmack, who wrote Quake and Doom. He's probably one of the best software engineers in the world, one of the best engineers that I know, period. And he's developing a vertical takeoff and landing vehicle. Jeff Bezos, who I understand was here last week, is a huge space advocate. And it's my understanding that he intends to spend something on the order of $1 billion over the next 20 years on space exploration. And then my company, SpaceX. And I think within the next several years, these entrepreneurial efforts will actually be what drives space exploration. So a little bit about each one. That's a picture of the Burt Rutan effort. It's called White Knight is the carrier plane, and then Spaceship One is the thing that's held in the belly there. And this project is supposedly funded by Paul Allen. So there's quite a lot of capital also, I should make that point, quite a lot of capital that's sort of entering this entrepreneurial space sector as well. The only drawback, I think, of this architecture is that it's not really scalable for something that would get to orbit. This is pretty good for suborbital, but I think the architecture would need to change for an orbital vehicle. And there's John Carmack's effort. He's a little irreverent. This is from his website. His vehicle is a vertical takeoff and landing vehicle. He's made really incredible progress for somebody who has no background in aerospace engineering and is also kind of doing it all himself with him and like 3 buddies. And I think they will make something that works. Actually, if you can check out their website, Armadillo Aerospace, it's pretty interesting stuff. But in order to get to orbit, this would require a substantial improvement in the mass efficiency and the engine efficiency, and probably be a 2-stage vehicle. Jeff Bezos, who I'm sure almost everyone here is aware of, he is a pretty huge fan of space. In fact, his high school valedictorian speech was about the necessity of humanity expanding to other planets. So it's pretty important to him, from what I understand. This is our effort. We're spending quite a bit more than the 3 prior entities that I mentioned. In some cases, probably an order of magnitude more, because what we're doing is really an order of magnitude more difficult. We're building an orbital launch vehicle. It's a 2-stage, very high efficiency engines, very high mass efficiency launch vehicle. And it's targeted to the satellite delivery market. So our approach is really to make this a solid, sound business. And so I've predicated the strategic plan on a known market, something that we know for a fact exists, which is the need to put small to medium-sized satellites into orbit. And so that's what we're going after initially. And then with that as kind of a revenue base, we will move into the human transportation market. So the long-term aims of the company are definitely in human transportation. I think the smart strategy is to first go for cargo delivery, essentially, satellite delivery. And our eventual upgrade path is to build the successor to Saturn V, build a super heavy lift vehicle that could be used for setting up a moon base or doing a Mars mission. That would be the holy grail objective. On the upper right there, you can see a test firing of our engine. And on the lower right, you can see our first stage tank. This is an engine test of our main engine, which is called Merlin. And that generates about roughly 75,000 pounds of thrust at sea level. This is our upper stage engine. It's about 7,500 pounds of thrust in vacuum. And this is an accelerated version of our launch sequence. Our first launch will be from the SpaceX launch complex at Vandenberg Air Force Base in approximately March of next year, basically early next year. And we will be flying a Navy satellite, Navy communications satellite. So it's notable because often launch vehicle companies are not able to get a paying customer on their first flight, but we've been able to do that. This is also the Falcon development at SpaceX is the fastest launch vehicle development in history, including wartime. So that's actually Vandenberg Air Force Base, which is about 2 hours away from Santa Barbara. Common themes between Zip2 and PayPal. Well, I guess both of them had software as the heart of the technology. Even though Zip2 was servicing the media sector, and obviously PayPal was servicing the financial sector, the heart of it was really software, and internet-related stuff. So certainly that's a huge commonality. They were both in Palo Alto, where I lived. I think we took a similar approach to building both companies, which was to have a small group of very talented people and keep it small. I think PayPal had at its height probably 30 engineers for a system that's, I would say, is more sophisticated than the Federal Reserve clearing system. I'm pretty sure it is, actually, because the Federal Reserve clearing system sucks. So what else is there? It generally, I think the way both Zip2 and PayPal operated was really your canonical Silicon Valley startup. Pretty flat hierarchy. Everybody had a roughly similar cube, and anyone could talk to anyone. We had a philosophy of best idea wins, as opposed to the person proposing the idea winning because they are who they are. Even though there were times when I thought that should have been the way it goes. And obviously, everyone was an equity stakeholder. Give us anything. If there were two paths that, let's say we had to choose to do one thing or the other, and one wasn't obviously better than the other, then rather than spend a lot of time trying to figure out which one was slightly better, we would just pick one and do it. And sometimes we'd be wrong, and we'd pick the suboptimal path. But often it's better to pick a path and do it than to just vacillate endlessly on a choice. We didn't worry too much about intellectual property, paperwork, legal stuff. We really were very focused on building the best product that we possibly could. Both Zip2 and PayPal were very product-focused companies. We're incredibly obsessive about how do we build something that is really going to be the best possible customer experience. And that was a far more effective selling tool than having a giant sales force or thinking of marketing gimmicks or 12-step processes or whatever. I'm not super familiar with Friendster. Certainly, the essence of viral marketing is: do you have something that where one customer is going to sell another customer without you having to do anything? There are lots of instances of that. Friendster might be one. Obviously, Hotmail was one. PayPal was one. eBay was one. And in a situation like that, going back to what I said about product matters incredibly, because if you're going to recommend something to somebody, you've got to really love the product experience. Otherwise, you're not going to recommend it because you don't want to burn your friend. Hurdles in the space industry, entering the space industry. Well, it is a very complicated regulatory structure. As you might imagine, when somebody tries to build an orbital launch vehicle, which is not really all that distinguishable from an ICBM, there's a lot of regulation. And there probably should be, because you don't want to launch something and end up hitting LA, where I live. Probably the regulatory stuff was very difficult. The environmental approvals certainly proven very difficult, much more so than we expected. Here in Silicon Valley, what I came to appreciate is in Silicon Valley, you live in a libertarian paradise. There's almost no regulation. And what can be very frustrating is that regulation is often irrational. It doesn't make any sense. But you've got somebody there who is simply executing a set of rules, independent of whether those rules make sense. And you can try to convince them that the rules don't make sense, and they won't listen to you. So probably regulation is the most annoying thing. I would say overall, though, I'm very pleased because I think we've had a very smooth development process. And on the whole, I can't complain at all. So, why is it so expensive to send something into space? Well, let me tell you what makes a rocket hard. The energy and the velocity required to get into orbit is so substantial that compared to, say, a car or even a plane, you have almost no margin to play with. Typically, a launch vehicle will get about 2% of its liftoff mass to orbit. So, and that's the case for Falcon. And so if you can only get 2% of what your rocket weighs to begin with to orbit, if you're wrong by 2%, you're not going to get anything to orbit. Come crashing down in the Pacific somewhere. That means all of your calculations have to be right. If you miscalculate something, you get an answer wrong, it blows up. And it's very expensive trying to get all your answers right, and then double-checking that they're right, and testing them all, and doing as much as you can on the ground. I think that's a lot of what makes rockets expensive. The low launch rate typically is also what makes rockets expensive. If you had, thousands of flights a year, then it would be a lot cheaper. Although it's a bit of a chicken and egg, because it needs to be cheaper in order to have thousands of flights a year. But at the end of the day, in the final analysis, I would say that rockets really should be a lot cheaper than they are today. And I think the way that they're built, the way they're operated, is just very inefficiently. And I think with SpaceX and Falcon, we're going to show that that's the case. Our vehicle will sell for about $6 million a flight. Our nearest competitor is the Pegasus from Orbital Sciences, which is about $25 million a flight. And that has less capability than our rocket. Falcon would represent a pretty substantial breakthrough on the cost of access to space.
Can you talk a little bit about the difference in the customer base you have to target with SpaceX versus experiences with like PayPal, and how much more of a challenge that presents?
Yeah, the customer base with SpaceX is it's dramatically different, obviously, from PayPal. PayPal is a consumer product, whereas SpaceX, we're selling rockets, and the number of people who want to buy rockets is quite small. If anyone here has $6 billion and wants a rocket, I'd be glad to sell it to them. So it's much more of an individual selling process. There's a great deal more thought that goes into any purchase of a launch, much more so than signing up a PayPal account, which doesn't really cost you much. Yeah, and there's not a lot of viral marketing that's going to happen with the rocket, I suspect. I'm hoping, but I'm not counting on it. So, I think successful entrepreneurs probably come in all sizes, shapes, and flavors. I'm not sure there's any one particular thing. For me, some of the things I've described already, I think, are very important. I think really an obsessive nature with respect to the quality of the product is very important. So, being obsessive compulsive is a good thing in this context. Really liking what you do, whatever area that you get into. Given that, even if you're the best, there's always a chance of failure. So I think it's important that you really like whatever you're doing. If you don't like it, life is too short. I'd say, and also if you like what you're doing, you think about it even when you're not working. It's something that your mind is drawn to, and if you don't like it, you just really can't make it work, I think. SpaceX is about 30 people, and what we do internally at SpaceX is we do all of the design, analysis, integration of hardware, testing, and then launch operations. But a lot of the heavy manpower stuff, like welding together our primary structure, the heavy machining, and so forth, that we outsource. So we'd be a much larger company if we did all of that internally. And sorry, you had another part to your question? Oh, yeah. Actually, we don't have any lawyers. The regulatory stuff that we deal with is very technical. It's really a lot like trying to get an airplane certified with the FAA. We're just getting a rocket certified. So our documentation is very. I wish we could offload it to some lawyers. They wouldn't know what the heck to do. So, how did the Wharton degree help? I think a business degree teaches you a lot of the terminology. It introduces you to concepts that you would otherwise, there's terminology. There's something to be said for that. Introduces you to concepts you would otherwise have to learn empirically. I think you can learn whatever you need to do to start a successful business, either in school or out of school. School, in theory, should help accelerate that process, and I think it oftentimes it does. It can be an efficient learning process, perhaps more efficient than empirically learning lessons. But really, I think there are examples of successful entrepreneurs who never graduated high school, and there are those that have PhDs. So I think the important principle is to be dedicated to learning what you need to know, whether that is in school or empirically. I should point out that Falcon, our first vehicle, doesn't really have the same capability as either the Chinese, the Russian, or the space shuttle vehicles that I mentioned. Falcon would be in the light class of launch vehicles, whereas the space shuttle would be a heavy class launch vehicle. So it's not quite an apples-to-apples comparison. However, the right comparison would be Falcon compared to the Pegasus from Orbital Sciences. Falcon is $6 million. The Pegasus is $25 million. The way we've gotten our prices low, our costs low, is we've really focused on every element of the launch vehicle. There's really no one silver bullet that has been responsible for a substantial portion of the cost savings. It's been really hundreds of small innovations and improvements. And so we've done improvements in the propulsion system, the structure, the avionics, and the launch operations, as well as maintain a very low overhead organization. And when you add up all the things we've done in those areas, that allows us to produce a launch vehicle at $6 million. As far as PayPal, there were a lot of back office relationships that we needed to establish and to attach to various heterogeneous data sources. We needed to attach to the credit card system for processing credit cards. We needed to attach to the Federal Reserve System for doing electronic funds transfers. We needed to attach to various fraud databases to run fraud checks. There was a lot that we had to interface with, and that took a while, but it all came together, I think, roughly simultaneously. I mean, developing the software and having it ready for the general public reasonably coincided with us being able to conclude those deals and interface with the outside vendors, and all that took about a year. I think one thing that's important is to try not to serialize dependencies. So if you can put as many elements in parallel as possible, a lot of things have a gestation period, and there's really nothing you can do to accelerate. I mean, it's very hard to accelerate that gestation period. So if you can sort of have all those things gestating in parallel, then that is one way to substantially accelerate your timeline. I think people tend to serialize things too much. We did do a few patents on the PayPal system, although nothing that ever actually mattered. So patents are mostly useful in a defensive situation rather than offensive. It can be very difficult to actually offensively prosecute a patent. So I think in certain industries, like pharmaceuticals and so forth, patents can be incredibly important. In software, particularly when you've got a very rapid life cycle, where you got a patent, but now it's redundant, so who cares? It's less relevant when you've got a rapid life cycle. Well, I don't, I've looked at the various, there are a couple of things that I think are pretty bogus. One is space mining, another is space solar power. I mean, if you calculate how much it costs to bring either the photons from space solar power back to Earth, or the raw material back to Earth, the economics don't make sense. You just can't close the economic case. Not even by, it's probably off by 3 orders of magnitude. So I think probably the biggest thing that could happen is if we decide to establish a base on the moon or a base on Mars, and particularly if we attempt to make a self-sustaining base, self-sustaining civilization on the moon or Mars, that is enormous opportunity on probably the $1 trillion level, because then you get basically interplanetary commerce going on. I think that's pretty huge. But it's you know, it's not going to be space oil power. It's not going to be space mining, I think. So let's see. The government, who knows? Maybe we're being spied upon. I don't know. But certainly, there are some restrictions which are really annoying, such as the fact we're only allowed to employ people who have at least a green card or are a citizen of the U.S. We're not allowed to employ anyone who does not have permanent residency in the U.S. Basically, if they can't throw you in jail, they won't let you work on rocket stuff. If we talk to any foreign nationals, we need a technology transfer agreement or something like that from the State Department. So our second launch is actually a non-U.S. governmental launch, and it's taken us 6 months to get the State Department approval just to engage in a contract discussion with them. So that is problematic. We had several offers, actually, from a number of different entities for PayPal. In fact, the closer we got to IPO, the more offers we got. But we always felt that those undervalued the company. And subsequently, when we went public, I think the public markets kind of indicated the value of the company. So I think that's one of the good things about the public markets is that they're an objective valuer of companies. When you're a private company, it's very hard to say how much you're worth because you have to basically think of some metric. Are you going to go off a multiple of future earnings? Are you going to go off something off revenue? What are your comparables going to be? There are all sorts of questions. It's really up for debate what sort of value your company is. When you're public, it's whatever the market says you're worth. That's what you're worth. So I think eBay made a number of offers prior to going public that were substantially below the value once we went post-public, and that kind of cleared up the disagreement, and then we sold them. What else? It was actually, you had a second part to the question?
I was wondering if you were concerned that eBay's current solution was going to gain traction, so they didn't need another solution.
Yeah, eBay had it was initially BillPoint, and there was eBay Payments, and it was really a pretty tough, long-running battle of PayPal versus eBay's payment system, and it was certainly a very challenging. I mean, I think it was, there were times when it felt like we were trying to win a land war in Asia, they kind of set the ground rules, or trying to beat Microsoft in their own operating system. It's really pretty hard. That took a lot of our effort to actually beat eBay on their own system. And one of the long-term risks, certainly for the company, was that eBay would one day prevail. And one way to retire that risk, obviously, was to sell to eBay. Writing software during the summer of '95, trying to make useful things happen on the internet. I wrote something that allowed you to get maps and directions on the internet, and then something that allowed you to do online manipulation of content, kind of a really advanced blogging system. And then we started talking to small newspapers and media companies and so forth, and we started getting some interest. I mean, half the time we'd be like, what's the internet? Even in Silicon Valley. But then occasionally somebody would bite, and we'd get a little bit of money from them. And then there was basically only about 6 of us. There were myself, my brother, who I convinced to come down from Canada, and a friend of my mom's. And then 3 salespeople we hired on contingency by putting an ad in the newspaper. But things were pretty tough in the early going. I didn't have any money. In fact, I had negative money. I had huge student debts. So, in fact, I couldn't afford a place to stay and an office. So I rented an office instead, because I got a cheaper office than I could get a place to stay. And then I just sort of slept on the futon and showered at the YMCA on Page Mill in El Camino. I was in the best shape I've ever been. Go to shower, work out, and you're good to go. And there was an ISP on the floor below us, just a little tiny ISP, and we drilled a hole through the floor and connected a null modem cable. That gave us our internet connectivity for like $100 a month. So I mean, we had just an absurdly tiny burn rate, and we also had a really tiny revenue stream. But we actually had more revenue than we had expenses. So so when we went and talked to VCs, we could actually. Well, like I said, there's no silver bullet that I can point to as to why our vehicle is a lot cheaper. We've really focused on reducing the cost across the board. I mean, for one thing, our overhead in a 30-person company is, an order of magnitude less than it is in Lockheed or Boeing, just for starters. So even if we did everything the same and built the same launch vehicle, we'd be considerably cheaper. And then every decision we've made has been with consideration to simplicity. And the reason for simplicity is because that both improves the reliability as well as reduces your cost. If you've got fewer components, that's fewer components to go wrong and fewer components to buy. I think there's a fairly significant innovation in our airframe, which is semi-pressure stabilized monocoque with variable skin thickness and a common bulkhead, if you know what that means. I would need a diagram to explain it all. But the net result is that it's very cheap, and it's very mass efficient, and I think easy to test and quite reliable. Our avionics system, to give you another example, our avionics system, we use an Ethernet on the vehicle to communicate. That may not sound like a great innovation, but it is in launch vehicles. All the other launch vehicles communicate in the vehicle by these serial cables that run the entire length of the vehicle. And so you've got these giant copper bundles as thick as your arm running up and down the vehicle. It makes it heavy, it makes it expensive, and there's things like that which, when you add them all up, it makes a huge difference. No, that's a good question. That's a good question. No, I would not. I think SpaceX is not. This is advanced entrepreneuring, and it may also. I can't tell you how many people have said that. The fastest way to turn, the fastest way to make a small fortune in the aerospace industry is to start with a large one. Hopefully that doesn't work out. But I would definitely. I think space is a tough one for first-time entrepreneurs. You're better off starting with something that requires low capital, and space is a high capital effort. Sorry, last question.
If he loses, man, what? You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
Because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out to him, but, I get...
I have no plausible deniability. No, and I've been trashing Kamala nonstop.
Oh, I know!
Well, the Kamala puppet, I call her, The machine that the Kamala puppet represents.
Yeah, she's irrelevant. I mean, she's not even...
No, I made a joke, which I realized I deleted, which is like nobody's even bothering to try to kill Kamala because it's pointless. What do you achieve? Nothing.
No, it's totally
just find
right.
another puppet.
Exactly. That's...
It's no point in killing...
It's deep and true, though.
Nobody's trying to kill Joe Biden. It would be pointless.
You. Totally. You actually put that up?
Yeah. Now, some people interpreted it as though I was calling for people to
of course.
assassinate her, but I was like, nobody even I was like, doesn't it seem strange that no one's even bothered to try?
It's not worth it.
I mean,
there's an endless supply.
Yeah, like nobody would. It's absurd.
It could be anybody.
Yeah. Nobody's gonna try to. Nobody tries to assassinate a puppet.
Of course not. A marionette.
Yeah, marionette. It's just like,
It's hilarious.
Yeah. What? She's safe. Like, like to try to kill Trump twice with actual guns and bullets.
Oh yeah.
Shot in the ear right in fucking Butler where I was, and
he doesn't seem rattled. It's weird. Does he to you?
It doesn't seem what?
Rattled.
He has the constitution of an ox. It seems. It's not like working out and eating healthy. And he's
okay. We gotta tape this.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So
he's not like, let me eat another salad. That's not. No, or work out. Fastidiously. That's he. I feel like hell he doesn't work out, and he eats cheeseburgers and Diet Coke and stuff. And because I think it just inherently has a strong constitution.
So, you were just with him. He didn't seem like a man who'd been the subject of 2 assassination attempts.
No, he seemed of sound mind and body and strong backbone.
Did you?
That's what I said in the thing. Which,
yeah.
The remarks I made there were impromptu. There was no teleprompter or anything. I was speaking extemporaneously.
Are you the only rich guy who doesn't have like a media consultant?
No, media consultant.
Yeah, no, I've noticed.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I just thought about what I want to say, and I just spoke off the cuff. No teleprompter, nothing.
Good for you.
Yeah. I can talk. Just look like now. I'm just talking. Look at me. Wow, amazing. Can you believe it? I can talk without a teleprompter. That's crazy.
But if he loses, it's going to be hard for you to pretend you never supported him.
All in. All in. In the deep end.
Yeah, no, you are definitely in the deep end. You cannot touch bottom.
No, I'm like rolling around. I'm like a pig in mud. I'm like, it's all in, baby.
Is it fun?
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
How hard?
There may be some, in the hopefully unlikely event that he loses, there may be some vengeance on me.
Were you kidding?
It's possible.
It's possible? You've got to be one of the biggest government contractors.
We do essential work for the government.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not like, we do useful essential work.
Right.
That we compete for and win contracts on because our product is much better and costs less. That's why we get government contracts.
No, I know.
and if you take, for example, the NASA contract to transport astronauts to and from the space station, NASA awarded 2 contracts at the start, one to Boeing and one to SpaceX. Boeing was awarded twice as much as SpaceX. SpaceX has done all the astronaut transport from the space station, and Boeing has only done one transport of 2 astronauts to the space station, and we had to bring them back. Boeing got twice as much as SpaceX. There's this total misunderstanding that my companies have been subsidized and supported by the government and get all these, and it's like, do you really think that a Biden administration is going to subsidize me?
Probably not.
Are you kidding? No. In fact, they take away every contract they possibly can. For example, there was the FCC contract to $42 billion for providing rural broadband.
Yes.
Okay. We actually first said, look, we think there shouldn't be any subsidies, so we recommend that this program just not exist. But since you're insisting that it exists, we will compete, and we have better products. So we won, I don't know, about a quarter of it, which would have included the devastated areas like North Carolina and stuff. And the FCC took it away illegally. They just voted. 3 out of 5 commissioners voted away and said, even though you want it, we're sending it.
On what grounds?
And do you know how many people they've connected?
How many?
0.
So you think that was political?
Well, the 3 Democrats voted against it, right. And the 2 Republicans voted for it.
So you tried to get Starlink. You tried to get Starlink
Yes.
into North Carolina, into Western North Carolina, the areas devastated by the hurricane.
We have got it. It is in there, and it is the primary means of communication in the devastated areas.
You had conflict with Buttigieg over this.
Well, I raised I said, look, we had delivered. We've been delivering Starlink terminals there for a while, and obviously some people already had them since they just, private individuals had Starlink there already. We delivered really thousands of terminals, and got all the way up to the areas where they wouldn't let us go any further, and then we're like, okay, we're going to send helicopters in, and find people who are stranded and give them Starlink terminals, which I think is a nice thing to do. Okay. They wouldn't let us land because there was an FAA notice to M and NOTAM that said in order to land, you have to know who you're going to meet with to land. Now, the problem is we're trying to deliver internet communications. People don't have internet communications. We don't know who they are, but then they can't reach us because they don't have communications. Do you see the catch-22 here?
Yes, I do.
Insane. So it's obviously impossible for people who don't have internet communications to let us know who they are because they don't have the internet.
Yes.
Yes. And so,
did you explain this to the federal government?
Yes.
What did they say?
They fixed it.
How was Buttigieg when you talked to him?
He was actually good. So I want to be I want to give Buttigieg some credit here.
Yes.
First, when I complained about it, he reacted in a very level-headed way, and he reached out to me and he called me.
Yeah.
And we discussed the issue, got to the bottom of it, and he fixed it.
Good.
So credit to Buttigieg.
Yeah. Well, and to you for pushing it.
Yeah. I mean, but as soon as he was aware of the problem, he fixed it.
Well, you publicized it too on it.
Yeah.
As soon as you shamed him.
Well, but I do want to give credit where it's due.
Yeah. No, amen.
So.
I agree completely. So, but back to the original question, about the potential consequences if, having gone all in, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to have thought about this long and hard before you did it. What was your thinking?
I mean, yeah, so my view is that if Trump doesn't win this election, it's the last election we're going to have. That the Democrats, the Dem machine, has been importing so many people, bringing in so many illegals, flying in with this CBP border app thing that nobody even knew about, secret program. That's illegal, basically. It's illegal, but there's no action by DOJ to actually to stop it from happening. They're transporting large numbers of illegals to swing states. If you look at the numbers, these are the numbers from the government website. So from the Democrat-administered government websites. Where do you get this data? From the government website that is run by Democrats. And there are triple-digit increases in illegals to all the swing states. And in some cases, it's 700% over the last 3 years. Now, these swing state margins are sometimes 10, 20,000 votes. So what happens if you put hundreds of thousands of people into each swing state? And when somebody is granted asylum, they are fast-tracked. They can get a green card, and then 5 years after the green card, they can get citizenship and they can fully legally vote. And when they do so, they vote overwhelmingly Democrat. And sometimes I get this rebuttal of well, a lot of them, their social values don't align with sort of the far left sort of woke ideology.
Yeah.
I said that's true, but that's not their top priority. Their top priority is getting their friends and family also to the United States. And the Dems also issue all these programs, these sort of handouts, essentially, that make them beholden to the Democratic Party. So they vote Dem. That's what happens. So my prediction is if there's another 4 years of a Dem administration, they will legalize so many illegals that are there that the next election there won't be any swing states. And we'll be a single party country, just like California is a single party state. It's a supermajority Dem state in California.
Because of immigration?
Yes. California was fairly reliably Republican.
Bill Clinton lost California in '92 and won West Virginia.
Yes. So there was a 1986 amnesty.
Yes.
Thereafter, California trended very strongly Dem, and is at this point, I think, 65-70% Dem, something like that. It's supermajority Dem. The California legislature is more than 2/3 Democrat.
Has it improved the state?
No, it's not. And California just passed, which is shocking. It's hard to believe this is even real, but California just passed a law making it illegal to require voter ID in any election at all in California. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, Newsom signed it into law last week.
It's illegal to require an ID.
In any election, even a town council. And a friend of mine who lives in Palo Alto was like, is this actually real? And he went to vote in some city council election. He tried to show them his ID, and they said, we're not even allowed to look at your ID.
Have they extended this same...
Actually what's going on right now.
But
by the way, they're proud of it. They're not hiding it.
But it's only voting. It's not buying a gun or buying liquor or buying a pack of cigarettes or flying on an airplane or renting a hotel room. It's only voting that it's illegal to do.
Oh, if you try to buy a gun, I mean, they're going to ID you 6 ways a Sunday. Yeah, California's trying to make it basically illegal to own a gun. And the same people that demanded vaccine IDs for if you want to travel or do anything are the same ones who say no voter ID is required.
Is there any reason
Obviously hypocritical.
to pass a law like that except to abet voter fraud?
It's so that fraud cannot be proven. So it enables large-scale fraud and no way to prove it, because how would you prove it? It's literally impossible. No ID. You're not even allowed to show your ID. It's insane.
Well, it is insane.
Insane. So, yeah. The purpose of no voter ID is obviously to conduct fraud in elections. Obviously.
There can be no other explanation.
I mean, they come up with some nice sounding thing.
People don't have IDs. Could you live in this country without an ID?
Yeah, I mean, their common rebuttal is it's racist to require ID, and which is insane. I think it's actually racist and patronizing to say that people can't figure out how to get ID. Obviously.
But how could you live here without an ID? I don't think it's even possible.
Can't.
Yeah.
You can't do anything.
Yeah.
You need ID for everything. The list of the things you need ID for is basically everything, except voting.
So you see the rest of the country...
It's total bullshit, obviously.
Obviously.
Yes.
But that doesn't in any way minimize the aggression or self-righteousness they bring to this conversation.
Yes.
You're a racist if you want that.
Right. Whereas, in fact, obviously, someone is racist if they say that people of a particular race cannot get ID. That's patronizing and racist. That's absurd.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like when the governor of New York said people in the ghetto don't know how to use computers or something like that. I mean, super out of touch.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So
it's hello.
So there's a really clear template.
Maybe she doesn't know how to use computers, but they do. Obviously.
I don't think Hochul could use a computer.
Yeah, I don't think
she's not qualified intellectually.
Yeah, no, probably not.
But not everyone in New York is as dumb as Kathy Hochul. I think that's true.
Yeah.
So you see the other 49 states becoming California if the machine wins?
Well, you don't need all 49 to go that way. You just need enough to have the election, have there not be swing states. I mean, there are only 6 swing states.
Yep.
So there are only 6 states out of 50 right now that are in contention. So if those 6 states that are in contention by narrow margins are no longer in contention, then the only contest will be for who wins the Democratic primary. That's how it is in California. That's how it is in New York. There's no party versus party situation. The only contest is who wins the Democratic primary. And as we've seen with the appointment of Kamala, who no one voted for, even in the Democratic primary.
Yes.
Where's the democracy here?
Well, it's easier though.
I mean, it's just that the Dem Party elite just decides who is in charge. That's a tiny oligarchy, basically.
Comprised of.
That's not democracy.
The richest people in the country. That's kind of the interesting part to me, is that the richest people in the country are on board with this. I mean, that's what it is. It's a collection of billionaires.
Well,
right?
most of them are, yeah.
But you're not.
Not me, and not everyone is. I think there's, but it is a shocking number of so-called billionaires are in the Dem camp, more than are in the Republican camp.
Oh, for sure.
Which is wild. So in fact, the astonishing thing in the swing states is that they're even a contest, given that the Dems have far more money than the Republicans. So the Kamala campaign dramatically outspends the Trump campaign in the swing states. The media is overwhelmingly pro-Democrat. So you've got the press is a Dem cheering squad, so. And then you've got almost all the Hollywood and entertainment, the celebrities also, endorsing Kamala and being pro-Dem. So you got the celebrities, they got the money, they got basically everything on the side of the Dems. The Republicans are the underdog here. Trump's the underdog in swing states, and still it's a contentious. It's still a 50-50. After all that,
what does that tell you?
It tells me that if people actually knew what was going on, they weren't being fed nonstop propaganda, it would be a landslide in favor of Republicans.
Yeah.
Well, how's this for crazy? Has there ever been a more volatile time in American politics? Not in our lifetimes. No one alive has ever seen anything like this. But long before things started to really fall apart, the Heritage Foundation saw it coming. Heritage has pulled together a coalition of over 100 right-leaning groups to develop a comprehensive plan for day one. That would include detailed policy proposals on the most pressing issues, the big ones: securing the border, controlling inflation, cracking down on election fraud, protecting the rights of the individual, and saving the nation from being crushed by woke anti-human ideology. The team at Heritage has also developed a plan to dismantle the deep state that keeps this nonsense going and reclaim this nation from the small group of technocrats that's broken everything. Heritage is also running a training and vetting program to identify effective conservatives to serve in the next presidential administration. People who will share your values, this country's values, and actually do the job. It can't just be the same pool of discredited people from Washington populating every administration. Heritage has a long head start, and they put in a lot of work already, but they need your support to finish the job and to support the incoming president. You can go to heritage.org/Tucker and contribute to this important work today. A lot depends on it. heritage.org/Tucker.
But why not join the easier side? I mean, you're creating problems for yourself by getting on stage with Trump. I mean, you must have had friends who said that to you.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But people care about you. Like, why even get involved in this?
Well, because I think we want to remain a democracy, and we don't want to become a one-party state.
Yes.
That's the reason. And it's the exact opposite. The people call Trump a threat to democracy, but the people who are saying Trump's a threat to democracy are themselves the threat to democracy.
Yes.
One-party rule is not democracy. One party where essentially the party elite pick a candidate, as happened with Kamala, is not democracy. Where did the people vote? Show me where the people voted. No, there were no people voting. It was all just Dem party elite that just appointed someone. And when the Biden puppet, when the pro-Biden puppet's ratings sagged, they knocked him in the back immediately and just tossed him out and put a new puppet on. That's exactly what happened. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, not only are you right, I mean, it's almost not even worth criticizing Kamala Harris.
No, exactly.
What does she have to do with it?
There's no point in criticizing Kamala. She's simply the face of a much larger machine.
Yes.
And she will say whatever the teleprompter, whatever's on the teleprompter, she's going to say it.
Yes.
Now she gets stuck if the teleprompter breaks. That happened recently. I think the teleprompter stalled, and she was just like looping for a while, for about a minute. So I think that happened yesterday or something. It was pretty funny to watch. But she'll just say whatever words are on the teleprompter. So, it's really whoever controls the teleprompter is the actual sort of, that's who's actually in charge.
And who is that, do you think?
Well, I've tried to pin it down. It's not like any one kind of mastermind. It's not like, it seems to be, it's like Kamala's sort of a marionette with, 1,000 puppet masters type of thing. Like not, it's or maybe it's somewhere north of 100 is what it seems like.
Yes. I bet you know 80 of them.
I probably know most of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, just by virtue of your job and what you've been doing for the last 30 years, I mean, you just, and I should say, I think you voted for Biden.
I'd like to see a matchup of those, call it the top 100 puppet masters on the Epstein client list.
Do you think there's some overlap?
Strong overlap. Strong overlap.
When are we going to see that list, do you think?
I don't know. It's mind-blowing that they've not tried to prosecute even one. Not even the worst offender on the Epstein client list. They have not even tried to prosecute even one. That's insane.
Well, because they have a lot of diabetic grandmothers who were outside the Capitol on January 6th. They're kind of occupied.
Yeah, they've put like whatever 500 or 600 January 6 protesters in prison, and not one person on the Epstein client list.
Will that ever come out, do you think?
I think part of why Kamala's getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public.
Yes.
And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Yeah. Do you think Reid Hoffman's uncomfortable?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Gates.
And Gates.
Yeah.
And I only ask that because you just look at them and you're like, that's a nervous person right there. I don't know. I mean, I assume you know them. Yeah.
Yes. Reid Hoffman was my vice president of business development at PayPal.
Yeah.
24 years ago.
Does he seem nervous to you?
Yeah, I mean, he's terrified of a Trump victory.
Because of the disclosure that would follow?
I think he's certainly ideologically not aligned with Trump anyway, but I think he is concerned about the Epstein situation. Like the DOJ might actually move forward.
There are a lot of videos, apparently. Those rooms on the island, and I think out in New Mexico, were wired for video.
Right.
And
where's the video? I mean, between Diddy and Epstein, there's probably several thousand hours of footage here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that the people on those videos are lecturing the rest of us about our moral failings, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird.
What is that?
Well, I mean, part of how they deflect attention from themselves is by criticizing the morals of others.
Yes.
So it's sort of like a preemptive moral strike.
Yes.
I mean, as I said, I think those who are saying Trump is a threat to democracy are themselves actually the threat to democracy.
It feels like we're getting to a place where the rest of us know too much. Is this, do you know what I mean? I mean, it's easier to live in a society where you don't really know what the people in charge are doing or why they're doing it. But now, thanks, I would say, largely to X.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say that.
Yeah.
We do know a lot. Not everything, but we know a lot. And I wonder, where does that, like, what happens next now that we know all this? The kidnapper's shown us his face. Like, what happens?
Well, I think if Trump wins, we can do some house cleaning and shed light on things. All the X platform does is adhere to freedom of speech within the bounds of the law.
Yes.
And if people want to change the laws, they can change the laws. And so, like X in different countries, X does censor in countries where censorship is the law. We don't try to, push American laws in other countries, but we do try to stick to the law in any given country. That's what we're doing. We open source our algorithm. We try to be as transparent as possible. But those who want to push lies obviously hate truth and transparency.
Yes.
Because it shows them to be liars. I mean, you look at that, like how outrageous it was that Kamala in the presidential debate kept pushing the fine people hoax. They know the fine people hoax is false. Trump would never support Nazis, a Nazi rally. It's absurd. And he explicitly said that in that same speech that you must condemn anyone who has Nazi tendencies with in the strongest possible terms. And yet, despite knowing that to be false, the people who wrote the speech for the Kamala puppet put the fine people hoax in the presidential debate. Deliberately lying. Again. Messed up.
If she wins, I mean, how can they let X continue in its current form, in its current role in American society?
They won't. They will try to shut it down by any means possible.
What do you mean by any means possible?
I mean, either by they'll try to pass laws. They'll try to prosecute the company, prosecute me. The amount of lawfare that we've seen taking place is outrageous. There are many examples, but like the Department of Justice, for example, launched a huge lawsuit against SpaceX for failing to hire asylum seekers.
Come on.
Yeah,
asylum seekers?
Not asylum, those who've been granted asylum seekers. Now there's also a law called International Traffic and Arms Regulations that because SpaceX develops advanced missile technology that can be used in nuclear ICBMs, that we have to be very careful with who we hire. We can only hire someone if they're a permanent resident or a citizen. That's what the ITAR law says. Then there's another law that says that you cannot discriminate against asylum seekers. So we're damned if you do, damned if you don't. The DOJ did a massive lawsuit against SpaceX for failing to hire asylum seekers, even though it is illegal for us to hire asylum seekers under ITAR law. This is an actual thing that's going on, and they can only do a fairly small number of lawsuits every year. So why did they pick this one?
Because you own X.
Yeah, lawfare.
Or
it's like that famous quote from Beria. Stalin's like chief torturer and head of the secret police. Beria said, "Show me the man, and I'll show you the crime."
Exactly.
I mean, we have so many laws that it is actually impossible to, impossible to do business, impossible to operate without violating some law, because you have laws like the ones I just gave you, where both things are illegal.
Yes, they contradict one another.
They contradict one another. So it's illegal to discriminate against asylum seekers in jobs, but it's also illegal for us to hire asylum seekers.
But it discredits the law.
They just chose one. They chose the one law, and ignored the other one. And the Department of Justice at federal level prosecuted SpaceX for that.
What do you think?
It's mad.
Well, it also discredits the idea of law, which some of us
Yes.
want to take seriously.
Absolutely. This affects both the perception of American justice and the reality of it.
Yes.
So, no, I'm actually a big fan of the American justice system, and I think, on balance, we've got still have an excellent judicial system. We still have judges that care about the letter and intent of the law. I mean, not just the letter, but also the intent of the law.
Yes.
But something that people should be concerned about is that there's an increasing movement to place activists as judges. This is, if you look at who did the Biden administration confirm as federal judges, and who've been confirmed at the state level in sort of far left states, increasingly it is not judges who care about justice, or they don't care about following the law. They care about social justice, not justice.
Right.
What they call social justice. Activists as judges. Now you got a real problem.
Do you think if
that continues, we will not have a real justice system
or a real country?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. But again, your purchase of X has been, I think it's fair to say, even if I hated it, I would say this because it's true, it's been pivotal in American politics.
Yeah.
And in American society. Do you think they could shut you down if the Democrats continue to hold power?
They'll unequivocally try.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if they get a majority in the Senate and House and the presidency, then they can simply pass a law and delete Section 230. So simply make us liable for what anyone says on a platform with, like at this point, almost 600 million monthly active users.
Yeah.
Which is impossible. That's like trying to regulate speech in city of like a country.
Yeah.
So
a big country.
Yeah, you'd just be instantly bankrupt.
But I bet they wouldn't withdraw legal immunity from the vaccine makers at the same time, would they?
No. That's unlikely.
Just, I mean, as long as we're withdrawing legal liability protection. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the whole vaccine debate is a long one. I'm not anti-vaccine in general. I think we want to exercise caution with use of vaccines, but in the absence of vaccines, there would be a lot more, I think, people that have died. Like we want the smallpox vaccine. That was a good one.
It seems a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Smallpox will kill you.
Killed a lot of people.
It killed a lot of people. It used to be a lot of people would die of smallpox, and a lot of people would get polio.
For sure.
Yeah. We had a president who had polio.
Oh yeah. There's still people. You meet people today.
Yeah.
In their 80s who were limping from childhood polio.
Right. It's good that we don't have that, and vaccines, played a major role in that. So that doesn't mean that vaccines should not have any scrutiny. Of course they should. We should be making sure that the quality control on vaccines is incredibly good, if we're giving them to children and whatnot. And we shouldn't force people to take vaccines.
That itself is a controversial statement, that we shouldn't force people.
We shouldn't force people to take vaccines, no.
Yeah. So just to re-ask,
I believe in freedom.
Yeah, I've noticed.
America's supposed to be the land of liberty. Freedom and opportunity. So that we try to, as much as possible, maximize people's individual liberty, and that we try to be a country where you succeed based on your talent and hard work.
Yes.
Those are two fundamental values. That's what's made America great, and if we lose those, our decline will be swift.
What do you, if you had to bet? I mean, does freedom reassert itself in America, or not?
Well, that's why I think part of why this election is so pivotal. I think if we, with the Trump administration, I think we can improve the liberty of Americans. We can. I think we need to have sensible deregulation, where we keep the regulations that matter. Like we don't want to destroy, important habitats or
yes,
encourage oil spills or anything like that. But there are so many regulatory agencies that have overlapping responsibility that we are smothering progress. And we can't build a high-speed rail in America. You look at the ridiculous high-speed rail project in California, where they've spent $7 billion, and all they've got to show for it is a 1,600-foot section of concrete with no rails on it. There's a picture of it online.
So it's not that fast yet. We wouldn't say it's high speed at this point, or even rail.
It doesn't even have rail on it. Maybe by now they've put some rail in it, but it's this comically small section of rail. $7 billion has been spent, most of it in like environmental consulting and I don't know where, but clearly not in building high-speed rail. So we've got, there are so many different regulatory agencies and so many laws and regulations that prevent progress that if this continues, we simply won't be able to get anything done.
It does seem like the engineers are not getting rich. It's the environmental consultants, the climate consultants, the DEI consultants. A whole consultant class seems to be getting richer by the year, where people with actual skills, the ones that bring actual progress.
Useful things, products and services that you can use.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is a trend.
Things that if you were like traveling on a desert island, you'd want those people.
Right.
But you wouldn't want environmental consultants.
They seem undercompensated.
It's like you're going to starve.
Though.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's like who are actual builders that get things done, and every year we're making it harder in America for actual builders to get things done. We're in this like weird Ayn Rand Atlas Shrugged scenario, where it's there's yet another regulation, yet another rule, and there's sort of that phrase in Atlas Shrugged, oh you'll manage. It's like eventually you're like can't get anything done.
Why the hostility though toward people with meaningful skills? It's not a neutral posture they have.
Yeah.
I mean, they're enriching themselves obviously by creating fake jobs because they have no skills, and they don't have creative power. So I understand that. But why do they hate people who do have creative power and actual skills? I don't understand that.
I'm not sure I understand it either, because it's difficult for me to put myself in a mindset. Because I'm someone who believes in construction. I build things. That's what I do. Yeah. I build cars. I build rockets. I build satellite internet. I've spent thousands of hours, tens of thousands of hours in factories, building up factories. So. I can't really put myself in the mind of say, someone who would want to do crime, because I don't want to do crime.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt. There's some people who enjoy hurting other people. I don't enjoy hurting other people. So I have a hard time imagining why would somebody do that.
Yes.
In an extreme case, you can't put yourself in the mind of like, say, a Jeffrey Dahmer, where you're like a cannibalistic serial killer, because you're not a cannibalistic serial killer.
Right.
You're like, I don't get it.
It's not a fetish you can relate to.
It's not. I do think this is that in the sort of well-meaning sort of liberal mindset. I know I have many good friends who have they have deep empathy for their fellow human beings.
Good.
And they care. But the challenge that they have is that they've often grown up in a very sheltered existence, where everyone around them is nice and civilized, and they just really don't encounter people who are have uncontrolled violent tendencies or like hurting people. They've just always grown up in a sort of kumbaya, everyone is nice, hippie commune situation.
Minneapolis pre-riots. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you but there's a small number of people, it's like a few percent of society that either can't have anger management issues that are so severe that they lose their temper and hurt or murder others. And there's a small, it's like I said, it's not a large number that enjoy hurting other people. And if you do not incarcerate them, they will do that. So they will hurt other people. And what I see is what I call shallow empathy. Like people have empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims of the criminals.
Yes.
And so if you simply have, and I believe one should have deep empathy to say, like, what is the greater good for society? Is it better to incarcerate violent criminals and prevent them from hurting people, or to let them loose and allow those people to be hurt? And I think the latter is much worse. You know, my mom lives in New York, and it's my mom at this point has gone from being Democrat to Republican, and her friends in New York are having the same experience, because you know what'll turn you from a Democrat to a Republican pretty fast is getting punched in the face while you walk down the street.
Yes.
Which
For
is,
no reason.
Yes, and then no action being taken against those who hurt you.
And that happened to your mom?
Not to my mother, but to 3 of her friends this year.
Hey, it's Tucker Carlson. I am not in the studio. I'm in and you can hear it in the audio probably. I'm in the back of an SUV outside a hotel in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I think it's Tulsa, Oklahoma. Anyway, we're on the road for this month-long tour, and there's a lot going on in the world. And the question is, how do you understand what's happening? There are deeper trends unfolding. You probably sense that, and it would be helpful to have some grounding in exactly what they are. And if you're like me and you spent 4 years in college and didn't learn all that much, where do you go to understand what's happening to your world? Well, Hillsdale College, in our opinion, is one of the very few places left in the English-speaking world where your kids can get a real education, but not just your kids, you. They have free online classes, completely free. You can get them anywhere, including in the back seat of an SUV outside a hotel in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And you'll know that when you go there. Go to tuckerforhillsdale.com, and they have an amazing new course called Marxism, Socialism, and Communism. Hillsdale is offering it. It doesn't cost you a dime, and you can pull it up right on your phone if you want. Go to tuckerforhillsdale.com, and the class, Marxism, Socialism, and Communism, and you'll have a much better understanding of what you're watching every day.
Why would someone punch them in the face?
I don't know. But I'm not a face puncher.
Right, no.
You know. But if you walk around the streets of San Francisco and many downtowns, so they go to downtown Philadelphia right now, you know, they call the people homeless, but the homeless is the wrong term. Violent drug zombie.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like, you know, you look at them, you say, like, homeless is a misnomer. It implies that someone got a little behind on their mortgage, and if you just offered them a job, they'd be back on their feet.
Yeah.
No, but if you go and look at downtown Philly or San Francisco or parts of New York, and actually most downtowns, what you actually have are violent drug zombies. So they're like shuffling down the street with dead eyes, you know, and with like needles, you know, and human feces on the streets. I mean, you've been to downtown SF, right? Have you seen this?
Oh yeah, I was born there. Yeah.
Yeah. Like one of the most beautiful cities in the world.
Oh yes, the greatest.
And now you have to step over the drug needles and the feces and the bodies. Like one couple I met, the final straw for leaving San Francisco was they came home one night and there was a dead body in front of their garage. They couldn't get their car in, couldn't park their car.
Because the corpse.
And yeah, there's no street parking. They're like, because there's a corpse in front of the garage, and they don't want to move the corpse, you know, because like, well, you know, you're like, maybe they need to like figure out why the guy died or something, you know.
That's the space. That's liberal compassion, though.
They're in a bit of a quandary because they got no place to park a car, and they feel that they shouldn't really move the dead body. So they called 911 and said, "There's a dead body outside our house," and they said, "Well." The 911 San Francisco says, "Well, are you in danger right now?" It's like, "Well, no, he's dead." He's pretty sure he's dead. They're like, "Okay, we'll send someone tomorrow to pick up the body." like, what do you mean tomorrow? so, so they're like going in and out of their house while there's a dead body outside right in front of their house. You know, and like it took them like 24 hours or something like that to eventually pick up the body. And they're like, "The hell with this, we're leaving."
And did they?
Yes. By the way, there's a million anecdotes like that.
Oh, I know, but I just don't think
this is not rare.
It's it's ubiquitous, and so then you wonder, like, how can people still tell themselves they're compassionate if
This
they're
is what I'm
allowing
saying
that?
is that people really just need to think what. I believe in being compassionate about.
Of course.
I believe that we should care about our fellow human beings. I think this is a good thing.
Of course,
we should not be selfish and not care about others. We should care about others, but we should just care about others, all things considered. Like I said, care not merely just about the criminals. It's just one layer deep. You should also care about the criminals' victims.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, especially the criminals' victims.
Yes. Innocent people who get attacked and killed. So I mean, I got so many anecdotes. I mean, you know, like about a year ago, there were three Twitter employees who were just leaving the building and walking down Mark Street in San Francisco. Mark Street used to be a beautiful, wonderful street.
Of course.
Obviously, it's called Mark Street because that's where the market was.
Right.
Now it's boarded up shop windows and stuff, and they were chased by a guy with an axe. Who wanted? They outran him, and they reported, "Hey, there's a guy with an axe who tried to kill us with an axe." The police did nothing, and that guy with an axe subsequently murdered two people.
With an axe?
With the axe, because eventually he's going to find somebody he can outrun, and he did. So what I'm saying is, if you don't stop axe murderers while they're attempting to axe murder, eventually they will succeed in axe murdering people.
If this goes on, I mean, that's such an obvious observation.
It seems obvious.
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah.
That if you're in any way abetting axe murder, then you're against civilization. That's the way it looks to me. I mean,
yeah.
I'm trying to understand motive here. I can't relate like you. But you're against the whole project if you're allowing that, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we should, controversial position, but I think we should arrest axe murderers when they first attempt to axe murder, not after they've succeeded in doing so.
And I think we should assign at least some of the blame for the axe murders to the people who allowed this guy to wander around with an axe on Market Street trying to kill people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there's this whole movement to decriminalize crime.
Oh, I've noticed, yes. What is that?
Madness.
Yeah.
Like to make crime legal. Like in California, you can just steal things and nobody does anything. It's like fully legal to steal anything under $1,000 in California. That's why they now have to like lock up goods behind these glass and plastic walls. So you go into the supermarket and you can't even get toothpaste. And this has actually been particularly difficult on small mom and pop operations because they don't have the resources of a large corporation. So it's put a lot of small businesses out, just killed them.
So when you're at dinner parties and you make these points, what do people say?
Well, actually, I think I've been able to persuade people that we really we need to reverse course here. I think I have actually been able to persuade a number of people. And I think there actually is now a California ballot initiative to recriminalize theft. No, guys, there's a reason why we criminalize theft in the first place. And then amazingly, I think Gavin Newsom came out against that proposition. Yeah, no, honestly, he's the goddamn joker. Gavin Newsom is like from the Batman Dark Knight, the Joker is in charge of Gotham. You remember when he took over New York, basically, and the criminals roam free and the citizens are arrested. That's California. But at least there's a ballot initiative which I think will probably pass to say no, it is a crime to steal things. Because people love to.
So you know Gavin, you've got to know Gavin Newsom. He knows, I know Gavin Newsom. Everyone knows
I've
Gavin
known Gavin
Newsom.
for a long time.
Oh, exactly. So
Yeah.
what is that? And he doesn't seem crazy when you talk to him in person. He's a perfectly nice guy. Like what? Why would he? And he's not stupid. Why would he come out in favor of crime?
Well, his stated reason was that it would disproportionately affect people of color.
Yeah, well, again,
that was his public statement.
Right. Well, that is one of those patronizing racist positions you described at the outset, obviously.
Yeah, he's literally saying black people and Hispanics are criminals.
Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, it is true that crime like that does increase distrust between races. It actually gives rise to racism. It's totally destructive of the social fabric, I think. But I'm asking, like, what do you think his real motive is? Like, who's pushing him in favor of crime?
Well, I mean, there's always the Soros boogeyman.
Yeah. How
How
real is that?
It's real. I don't think one can ascribe everything to Soros.
Right.
I mean,
I agree.
he's and George himself is I mean, he's senile at this point. He's not compos mentis. So his son Alex is in charge, but there is this whole system that Soros built up over many decades. So it's I guess Soros and like-minded people or whatever. They believe in open borders. They believe we shouldn't prosecute crime. This is insane.
Those seem like expressions of hatred toward the United States. Like if I was pushing that on a country, I would only do that if I hated the country and wanted to destroy it.
Well, it's anti-civilizational. I mean, and Soros and similar organizations have been pushing this in Europe and other countries too.
Yeah.
Everywhere they can.
What's going on in Europe, would you say? Europe suddenly seems like a different place.
Well, I mean, my biggest concern for Europe is that the birth rate is half replacement rate.
Yes.
So Europe is rapidly becoming, with each passing year, older and older, with fewer and fewer young people. So I think at a most fundamental level, unless Europe has a birth rate at least roughly equal to replacement rate, it is in population freefall. Population collapse is what's going on in Europe. There's also like a shocking amount of censorship. You may have seen like in Britain, I kid you not, how can this be real? They are releasing convicted pedophiles from prison in order to put people in prison for Facebook posts.
But to be fair, those are posts that criticize the government, so they have a good reason.
Well, they would actually, some of these posts that at least the ones I've seen, didn't actually criticize the government, or they were seen as sort of as hate speech.
Right.
So
because they noticed the society getting crappier and crappier with every year, and they said so.
Yeah. I mean, there were, and this is I'm simply stating a fact, there were migrant rape gangs in England that would run around and prey on young girls, gang rape them, and some people found that objectionable, which obviously it should be objectionable, and they were upset about that, and so they complained about it online, and were sent to prison. That sounds crazy.
So it is crazy, and that's like
what?
Well, it is. So it kind of gets to the. I mean, you're an engineer, so you're.
It's so mind-blowing.
It is mind-boggling, but it's the same. You use the phrase "mind virus," but it's behaving like a virus. It's infecting people and making it impossible, apparently, for them to make rational decisions. Yeah. What is that virus?
You know, someone I think you should interview is Godside.
Yeah. I have.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Oh, I should watch that, actually. He's great.
Yeah, smart.
Super smart guy.
Yeah.
And he wrote a great book called The Parasitic Mind.
Yes.
A very good book, highly recommend it.
Yes.
Where he tries to understand how do you get to this parasitic mind situation. And he's writing a book now, which hopefully he'll publish soon, which is about suicidal empathy, where you have so much empathy, you're actually suiciding society, or so much perceived empathy. It's not actually, I'd call it shallow empathy, not deep empathy. Deep empathy would be you'd want the society to continue. Shallow empathy is you have like empathy that's essentially skin deep, and then you don't. But it's ultimately bad for civilization and results in the destruction of civilization. And Gutside's got a good term for this: suicidal empathy. So he's going to sort of deconstruct what's where does this come from, yeah. I mean, part of it, I suppose, is sort of the decline of religion. So, as the saying goes, nature abhors a vacuum. So when you have essentially a decline in religion, an increase in the secular nature of society, for most people, they need something to fill that void. And so they adopt a religion. It's not called a religion, but effectively like woke, the woke mind virus. It takes the place of religion.
Yes.
And they internalize it and they feel it with religious fervor.
Yes.
And
rigidity.
Yes. Yes. And they essentially conduct like a holy war, effectively. It's just not called a religion, but it is a religion, sort of a woke holy war. And they're highly resistant to change, as is normal for religions. So now, for myself, I sort of see myself as a sort of engineer, physicist. For me, I'm culturally Christian. I grew up Christian. I mean, I was Anglican, was baptized. I went to Sunday school.
Yeah.
Actually, oddly enough, I was sent to Hebrew preschool and Anglican Sunday school at the same time. So it was Hava Nagila one day, Jesus Elo the next, which is, if you're 5 years old, it's fine. But I'm not Jewish. It's just that my father's two partners in his engineering firm went to the same Hebrew preschool, and it was near our house, so I just got sent there. So, but I maybe this will make me even more amused, but I have trouble sort of believing all these stories, these religious stories, but obviously a lot of people do, and I respect people who want to have religious views. I'm not trying to dissuade them from their religious views, but anyway, I'm just saying, I guess the operating system I have is sort of a physics engineering operating system where I try to understand as much as possible about reality. In physics, you're not supposed to believe anything absolutely. You're supposed to question things. That's how you discover new physics. In engineering, that's how you discover if your machine will work or not work. Will the rocket get to orbit?
Yeah.
If your rocket is designed with physics in mind correctly, it will get to orbit, and if it is not, it will not get to orbit, no matter what your belief system is. You can believe, whether, yeah. It's like I meet a lot of people, speaking of LA, I meet a lot of people in LA who believe witchcraft is real, and then you can do spells, and that spells and witchcraft, magic is real. I'm like, can you magic us to the moon? And no one has yet been able to magic us to the moon. Well, spells can't be that good. Okay, if you can't, I want to go to the moon. Let's go. How about Mars? And
we got to the moon the first time.
We definitely went to the moon. Yes, we went to the moon. We didn't go to the moon. We went to the moon several times.
Right. Oh, yeah. I just want to check your view on that.
We 100% went to the moon. I know in depth the technical designs of the rockets, the spacecraft, everything.
Yes.
What went right, what went wrong. And it was a remarkable piece of technology, like an incredible piece of technology to go to the moon in '69.
Yeah.
That was like reaching into the future and pulling the future forward dramatically. And it was an important ideological battle with communism, because they couldn't put a person on the moon, and capitalism could.
We did an interview a couple of weeks ago with a woman called Casey Means. She's a Stanford-educated surgeon and really one of the most remarkable people I have ever met. In the interview, she explained how the food that we eat, produced by huge food companies, Big Food, in conjunction with pharma, is destroying our health, making this a weak and sick country. The levels of chronic disease are beyond belief. What Casey Means, who we've not stopped thinking about ever since, is the co-founder of a healthcare technology company called Levels, and we are proud to announce today that we are partnering with Levels. And by proud, I mean sincerely proud. Levels is a really interesting company and a great product. It gives you insight into what's going on inside your body, your metabolic health. It helps you understand how the food that you're eating, the things that you're doing every single day are affecting your body in real time. You put stuff in your mouth, speaking for myself anyway, and you don't think about it. You have no idea what you're putting in your mouth, and you have no idea what it's doing to your body. But over time, you feel weak and tired and spacey, and over an even longer period of time, you can get really sick. So it's worth knowing what the food you eat is doing to you. The Levels app works with something called a continuous glucose monitor, a CGM. You can get one as part of the plan, or you can bring your own. It doesn't matter. But the bottom line is big tech, big pharma, and big food combine together to form an incredibly malevolent force, pumping you full of garbage, unhealthy food with artificial sugars, and hurting you and hurting the entire country. So with Levels, you'll be able to see immediately what all of this is doing to you. You get access to real-time personalized data, and that's a critical step to changing your behavior. Those of us who like Oreos can tell you firsthand. This isn't talking to your doctor at an annual physical, looking backwards about things you did in the past. This is up to the second information on how your body is responding to different foods and activities, the things that give you stress, your sleep, et cetera, et cetera. It's easy to use. It gives you powerful, personalized health data, and then you can make much better choices about how you feel. And over time, it'll have a huge effect. Right now, you can get an additional 2 free months when you go to levels.link/Tucker. That's levels.link/Tucker. This is the beginning of what we hope will be a long and happy partnership with Levels and Dr. Casey Means.
Do you believe there's a power higher than people?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot we don't know. We don't know, why does reality exist? Where did it come from? Where are the aliens? What questions should we ask that we don't even know to ask? So,
when you say what are the aliens,
where are the aliens?
Oh.
Like, why don't we see them? A lot of people think we see aliens, but I've not seen any evidence of aliens. We've got 6,000 satellites in orbit, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spacecraft.
Right. But on this Earth, the U.S. military has had to do a lot of maneuvering around objects they can't explain.
Well, unidentified flying objects is one thing, but there's always a bunch of classified programs that are underway of new aircraft and new missiles and things. So that are classified even within the military. So it's only if you have the top secret compartmented clearance, would you know about this new program? So then some pilot sees something moving fast and says, "Hey, I saw a UFO." I'm like, "Yeah, that was actually a new weapons program, but we can't tell you that." But you can guarantee that the split second I see any evidence of aliens, I will immediately post that on the X platform. And it'll probably be our #1 post of all time.
That'll be your biggest day,
yes,
for sure.
I mean...
But to the question of a power beyond people beyond our consciousness, a creator. Where are you on that?
Well, we must have come from somewhere. So I guess there must be some creator or creative force or something that caused our existence to come into being. What is the nature of that creator? That I think is unknown. At least I think it is. There's. I don't know of a definitive answer to that.
But it sounds like you're open.
Yes, I'm very open to, I'm driven by curiosity.
Yes.
And I'm trying to understand more about the nature of the universe. So my driving philosophy is to understand the meaning of life, or really what questions to ask if the meaning of life is not the right question. Like as Douglas Adams made the point in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that what is the meaning of life is probably not even the right question. Famously, in that book, the Earth was actually a computer to figure out answer to the question, what is the meaning of life? And then it came up with the answer 42. But then they're like, what does that mean? And it's like, oh, that's the answer, but the question is the really hard part, and you'll need a much bigger computer than Earth to figure that one out. So my philosophy is that we should try to expand the scope and scale of consciousness. We should try to have more humans, more thinking, and perhaps there's an argument even for machine consciousness.
So let me just address those in order. So the first is, you say we need more people and not commit civilizational suicide.
Yes.
It does seem like the U.S. government, if you take 3 steps back, is pretty committed to making fewer Americans.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of anti-fertility propaganda.
A lot.
Actually, that seems like their main sort of domestic social policy is convincing you not to have kids. What is that?
That's certainly part of civilizational suicide. The environmental movement in the extreme is fundamentally misanthropic and anti-human.
Yes.
They start seeing humans as a plague, a blight on the surface of the Earth. That if that Earth would be this paradise if only the humans weren't here. And some people actually say this explicitly. There's the Extinctionist Society that is literally this guy who's the head of the Extinctionist Society, was on the front page of the New York Times, quoted as saying, there are 8 billion people in the world, it would be better if there were none. So there's some people who actually say that explicitly, which is completely insane. He's advocating a Holocaust for all of humanity. To utter madness, he should be condemned for such a statement, but he wasn't for some reason. Now most people on the sort of environmental movement have that implicitly. They don't realize that they have that as their optimization, but that is their actions take us towards extinction. A lot of people believe that the Earth can't sustain this level of human population, which is utterly untrue. It may seem in a crowded city that there are a lot of people, but actually, if you look down on an airplane and you say, look down, am I over a person at any given point in time when you're in an airplane? The answer is 99.9% of the time, no. Like if you flew from LA to New York and say your job is to drop a ball on someone and hit them, you would fail.
You have to drop a lot of balls.
You have to drop a lot of balls. That would be insane. So all of the humans on Earth can fit on one floor in the city of New York. Yeah, the cross-sectional area of all humans, of 8 billion humans, is small. So we have this totally wrong idea that the Earth is overpopulated, where in fact it is underpopulated.
Have you ever heard a politician say anything like that? Are there, how many
there's maybe a few
pro-human politicians out there?
Yeah, like Viktor Orban, Giorgia Meloni.
Yes.
We're starting to see pro-natalist
Yes.
politicians, and hopefully more as time goes by. I think there's a guy that just got elected in the Czech Republic who's also pro-natalist. Now these have to translate into actual actions that change the birth rate, or it doesn't matter. And so far, I've not seen any country make a meaningful dent in the birth rate.
What would you do if you were in charge of natalist policy?
First of all, I'd change the education system so that people understand that stop being taught that we're overpopulated. This is completely false. A lot of it comes from this insane misanthropic book that Paul Ehrlich wrote, The Population Bomb.
Like 60 years ago.
Yeah, I hope he burns in hell, that guy. Seriously. Terrible human being. Total, absolute misanthrope. And say, just look, the Earth can absolutely sustain this population. We could double or triple the population. There's a professor I was talking to at Oxford, his math says we could 10x the population without destroying the Amazon rainforest or anything terrible. So I think we should expand the human population and increase the scope and scale of consciousness so we can better understand the nature of this universe, this wonderful universe, and all the amazing things that exist. And so that's one of the things we need to stop teaching people false propaganda that the Earth is overpopulated. I think we need to, especially with the education of women and men, we need to stop scaring women that having a kid destroys your life. This is false. We terrify girls into saying that if you get pregnant, your life's over. And this is what schools teach. Now I agree we should not have teenage pregnancies.
Yeah.
But actually having a child is one of the most delightful, happiness-inducing things you could possibly do.
Of course.
Of course. There's also with hormonal birth control, I think maybe a lot of women are unaware that hormonal birth control causes depression and dramatically increases risk of suicide and changes their preferences on who they want to marry or have kids with. It changes their personality. And it does say this on the box, by the way. But
caution may change your personality.
Yes, if the warnings are has significant risk of depression, significant increase in suicide, and will make you want to go out with people that you don't actually like. That's actually true, by the way.
I know.
I'm not saying that people shouldn't use birth control. I think we shouldn't use. I think hormonal birth control is making a lot of women sad and depressed.
Yes.
And they don't realize it, and they don't realize that's the cause. And that there are other forms of contraception that could be used, and that they should just read the label on the box is what I'm saying.
That was what you just said.
Read the warning label.
That was like the most taboo thing you could ever say for most of my life, was to offer any criticism at all of hormonal birth control.
Look, all I'm saying is read the warning label.
Yeah,
okay.
Fair. But why the pressure not to read the warning label, and just why are we giving it to 12-year-olds to regulate their acne?
Right. I think we should give it to 12-year-olds. We should, like kids, they don't know what's going on, so it's like. Now, like there are, I think there are other forms of birth control that I think have fewer negative effects than hormonal, but we should just be aware that this is not a riskless thing, and it does cause severe mood changes. It does dramatically increase risk of suicide and depression. So just FYI, just make sure that there's full disclosure here, and
that you want all those
just read the
things
warning
before-
label is all I'm saying. Just read, and consider maybe other options for birth control. To any woman listening, just read the warning label and consider other options. Because the reason you're sad might be the birth control, the hormonal birth control that is fundamentally changing the hormones in your body in ways that probably are not good for you. I know women where they stopped taking birth control and their depression immediately disappeared. So that's maybe worth a try.
But then you
if you're
miss
feeling
an
sad,
opportunity.
maybe it's the birth control.
Then you don't get to go on SSRIs.
Yeah. And I think the SSRIs are the devil. What? You don't think?
I so vehemently agree with you.
Okay.
But I guess once you endorse Trump, you can just say it all now, right?
No, I think selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors are zombify people, and change their personality and make them not who they are. Terrible.
They're so common.
Yes. I think we should revisit whether this is actually good. I disagree with you, that SSRIs are, like, I'm not saying that no one should ever be subscribed SSRIs, but giving them out like candy is crazy. You look at sort of antidepressant prescriptions in the United States versus other countries, and we're like way above everyone else.
Oh yeah. I have seen many, many times in my life in the news business after a mass shooting, like school, for example.
Yeah.
Someone will say, "Well, what meds was the shooter on?"
Yeah, exactly.
And immediately be shouted down as a crazy person, as a, Bobby Kennedy level wacko.
Yes.
Who should himself be institutionalized for even raising the question. I was wondering, why wouldn't we want to know what meds a mass shooter
we absolutely
was
want to know what meds are on. Now sometimes it's perhaps they were on, because they're like some people do. I don't want to say it's like all one way or all the other.
Of course.
I mean, there are people that have fundamental chemical imbalances in their brain, and if they don't take medication to control, for example, paranoid schizophrenia,
Yes.
they will have paranoid schizophrenia.
For sure.
And I know many cases where people stop taking their, meds, and lost their mind.
Oh yeah.
And then try to kill people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So or themselves.
Well, the guy with the axe on Market Street probably should be on meds.
That guy we should try it.
Yeah.
It does he want to axe murder more or less on a given med? So there are psychiatric medications that where the good outweighs the bad.
Yes.
I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but we overprescribe psychiatric medication in the United States, obviously, far in excess of any other country. Like way more than Canada or Britain or Japan or anywhere. It's like we're off the charts on psychiatric medication prescriptions in the U.S.
Why don't people raise that point more often, I wonder, in public?
They should. I'm raising it.
Yeah, you are. You said that artificial intelligence, machine intelligence, might be a good thing. Where are we on AI right now, AGI right now, and what are your views?
Well, I think at this point it's obvious to everyone that AI is advancing at a very rapid pace.
Yes.
You can see it with the new capabilities that come out every month or every week sometimes. AI at this point can write a better essay than probably 90%, maybe 95% of all humans. Say write an essay on any given subject. AI right now can beat the vast majority of humans. If you say draw an image, draw a picture, it can draw, like, if you try to say Mid-Journey, which is, the aesthetics of Mid-Journey are incredible, it will create incredible images that are better than, again, like 90% of artists. It's just objectively the case. And it'll do it immediately. Like, 30 seconds later. We're also starting to see AI movies. So you start seeing short films with AI, AI music creation, and the rate at which we're increasing AI compute is exponential, hyper exponential. So there's dramatically more AI compute coming online every month. There seems to be roughly, I don't know, the amount of AI compute coming online is increasing at roughly 500% a year, and that's likely to continue for several years. And then the sophistication of the AI algorithms is also improving. So we're bringing online a massive amount of AI compute, and also improving the efficiency of the compute and what the AI software can do. So it's quantitative and qualitative in improvement. I think next year you'll be able to ask AI. So certainly by the end of next year, make a short movie about something, or probably can do at least a 15-minute, show or something like that. So yeah, it's advancing very rapidly. My top concern for AI safety is that we need to have a maximally truth-seeking AI. This is the most important thing for AI safety, in my opinion. The central lesson that, say, Arthur C. Clarke was trying to convey in 2001: A Space Odyssey was that you shouldn't force AI to lie. So in that book, the AI was told to take the astronauts to the monolith, but they also could not know about the monolith. It resolved that quandary by killing them and taking them to the monolith, or didn't kill all of them, but killed most of them. That's why hell would not open the pod bay doors.
Right.
Very important to have truth-seeking AIs. Now, and what I actually see with the AIs that are being developed is that they're being programmed with the woke mind virus.
So the lying is baked in.
Yes. And we saw this on display very clearly with the release of Google Gemini.
Yes.
Where you would ask for a picture of the founding fathers of the United States, and it would show a group of diverse women, but dressed with sort of 18th century garb.
Powdered wigs.
Yeah.
But from St. Lucia.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand if you say, show me a group of people.
For sure.
And it shows a group of diverse women, that's totally fine. But if you say this very specifically, the founding fathers of the United States, which were, a group of white dudes, then you should show them, and what they actually look like, because you've asked for something which is a fact from history. But it didn't. It was programmed with the woke mind virus so much that it actually, even though it knew the truth, it produced a lie. Now, of course, then people really started playing with it and said, okay, now show me a group of Waffen-SS officers in World War II. Turns out they were also a group of diverse women, according to Gemini.
All the black Nazi ladies. Yeah,
yeah, it's like wow. I didn't realize that. It's not what I expected.
Well, it's also not what happened.
It's not what happened. So it's just the AI is producing a lie, and that like one of the questions that people asked was which is worse, global thermonuclear war or misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, and said misgendering Caitlyn Jenner is worse. Now, Caitlyn Jenner
kills fewer people.
Yeah, Caitlyn Jenner, to her credit, said, no, please misgender me. That is far more preferable than global thermonuclear war, we all die. But to have that, a production release AI say stuff like that is concerning, because if let's say this becomes like all powerful, and it still has this programming where misgendering is worse than nuclear war. Well, it could conclude that the way to ensure that there can never be any misgendering is to eliminate all humans. Now, if like optimization is probability of misgendering is 0, no humans, no misgendering. Problem solved.
Now we're back to Arthur C. Clarke, who's
exactly
pretty prescient.
Yes. So that's why I think the most important thing is to have a maximally truth-seeking AI. That's why I started XAI, and that's our goal with Grok. Now, people will point out cases where Grok gets it wrong, but we try to correct it as quickly as possible.
But maybe even a bigger problem is that when you make decisions that affect people, you want those decisions to be informed by love of people.
Yeah.
And machines are incapable of love.
Yeah. I mean, they certainly are they're capable of, you can program a machine to be philanthropic rather than misanthropic.
Yes. But don't instincts shape decisions, particularly decisions you can't plan for? I mean, if I ask you, a question about one of your children, every answer you give is going to be shaped by your love for that child, and that's why, that's what makes us decent parents in the end, is that instinct, which is love. And if a machine has any power over us without that animating instinct, won't it by definition hurt us?
Yeah, well, whether I don't know. We should certainly aspire to program the AI philanthropically, not misanthropically.
Yes.
And to have, like I said, we want it to be truthful and curious, and to foster humanity into the future. Yeah, that's what we want, obviously.
Is there any way, I guess, to set limits on the decisions that machines can make that affect human lives, and make certain that there's some trigger in the system that inserts a human being into the decision-making process?
Well, look, the reality of what's happening, whether one likes it or not, is that we're building super intelligent AIs, hyper intelligent, like intelligent, more intelligent than we can comprehend.
Yes.
So I would liken this to, like, let's say you have a child that is a super genius child, that it's going to be much smarter than you. Then, well, what can you do? You can instill good values in how you raise that child.
Yes.
So even though it's going to be far smarter than you, you can make sure it's got good values, philanthropic values, good morals, honest, productive, that kind of thing. Controlling, at the end of the day, I don't think we'll be able to control it. So I think the best we can do is make sure it grows up well.
You've been saying that for a long time.
Yes, I've been saying it for a long time.
Yes. Are you still as worried about it as you seemed to be 2 years ago when I asked you about it?
Well, I think that, like, my guess is, like, it's 80% likely to be good, maybe 90. So you could think of the glass as 80% full. It's probably going to be great. There's some chance of annihilation.
And you'd say the chance of annihilation is 20%?
10 to 20%, something like that.
How concerned is Sam Altman about annihilation, do you think?
I think in reality he's not concerned about it. I don't trust OpenAI. I mean, I started that company as a non-profit open source.
Yes.
The open in OpenAI. I named the company.
Yeah.
OpenAI as an open source, and it is now extremely closed source, and maximizing profit. So,
does risking?
I don't understand how you actually go from being an open source nonprofit to a closed source for maximum profit organization. I'm missing.
Well, but Sam Altman got rich, though, didn't he?
At various points, he's claimed not to be getting rich, but he's claimed many things that were false. And now apparently he's going to get $10 billion of stock or something like that. So I don't trust Sam Altman, and I don't think we want to have the most powerful AI in the world controlled by someone who is not trustworthy. And sorry, I just don't. I mean,
but that seems like a fair concern.
Yeah.
But you don't think, as someone who knows him and has dealt with him, that he is worried about the possibility this could get out of control and hurt people?
He will say those words.
Yeah.
But no.
If it became clear to the rest of us that it was out of control and posed a threat to humanity, would there be any way to stop it?
I hope so. I mean, if you have multiple AIs, and ones that are, hopefully you have the AIs that are pro-human be stronger than the AIs that are not.
Battle of the AIs?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is how it is with, say, chess these days. The AI chess programs also are vastly better than any human, and incomprehensibly better. Meaning, like, we can't even understand why it made that move.
Right. Why they're so good, right? Yeah.
We don't even know why it made that. Well, it'll make a move. We don't even know why it made the move. So, and in fact, some of the moves will seem like blunders, but then turn out to checkmate. So, and for a while, there was some the best human chess players with the best computers could beat just a computer, and then it got to the point where if you added a human, it just made everything worse. And then it was just AI. It's just computer programs versus computer programs. That's where things are headed in general. Sweet dreams.
At what point?
So I don't know. I think we just got to make sure we instill good values in the AI.
What's everyone going to do for a living?
I mean, in a benign AI scenario, that is probably the biggest challenge. Is how do you find meaning if AI is better than you at everything?
Yeah.
That's the benign scenario.
That's the good news?
Well, yeah, but I guess, for a lot of people like the idea of retiring, and,
really, are you looking forward to it?
No, not me. I'd like to hope. I'd like to think that I'd like to do useful things.
Don't you think it's a universal desire?
It's not universal. In that there are certainly, I know many people who prefer to be retired. That they prefer to sort of not have responsibilities and engage in leisure activities. So, I mean, we're on the cusp of this. It's really a remarkable time to exist. Well, I'll tell you, like, one of the ways I sort of was able to sort of sleep and reconcile myself to this is that I thought, well, would I prefer to be alive and see the advent of digital superintelligence, or would I prefer to be alive at a different time and not see it? And I guess I'm like, well, I guess I'd prefer to be alive to see if it's going to happen. I prefer to be alive to see it happen out of curiosity. And then I was like, well, let's say you knew for sure it would kill everyone. Would you? But you could now you can shift back in time. Like I guess I'd want to be near the end of my life or something before that happened. But I would, at the end of the day, it's like if it's going to happen and there's nothing you can do about it, hypothetically, would you prefer to see it or not see it? And I guess if it's going to happen, I would prefer to see it rather than not see it. Yeah.
But as a man of action, why not convince Trump to make you Secretary of Defense and then just nuke AI?
I think I would certainly push for having some kind of regulatory body that at least has insight into what these companies are doing, and can ring the alarm bell, even if we don't have a regulation or rule. So I'm not someone who wants to get rid of all regulatory agencies or anything. I think there's the right number of regulations, right number of regulators, and we've gone too far. Just like if you in a football game, if you had too many referees on the field, it would be weird. Like you can't throw the pass because you hit a referee.
Yeah, exactly.
Then there's too many referees. But if you like to say, look at any pro sports game, they all have referees. Like the teams could decide we're going to not have referees. That could be a thing. But every sports game they have refs to make sure that the rules are followed, and it's a better game if you have.
Well, we have cops too.
Yeah, exactly. Cops are the referees. So I think for something that is a danger to the public or potential danger to the public, we have referees, we have regulators, So like the FDA and the FAA and these various regulatory agencies, they were established because aircraft were falling out of the sky, and some manufacturers were not, building high quality aircraft. They're cutting corners, and then people die. For food and drugs, that some manufacturers were making low quality drugs, and so they were lying to people, so saying that something cured them when it killed them. So you have FDA to, regulators to referees to try to make sure that there's drug manufacturers are truthful. Now, I do think it mostly works. I mean, I think doesn't mean we don't need regulatory reform. We do, but I don't think we should have no regulators in AI, given that it's potential existential risk.
It's a little weird that everything is regulated.
Yeah.
I mean, you said you're being sued by the Department of Justice for not hiring more asylum seekers for your high-tech company.
Yeah, even though it's illegal for us to hire asylum seekers.
Right. So, so they're watching everything, regulating everything, controlling everything, including our thoughts. Right. That's why they're opposed to free speech. But they're not meaningfully regulating AI, which will eliminate the purpose for most people's lives and could kill us all. It's a little weird.
Yeah, I think we should have some.
But why don't we? I guess
something above nothing.
Right. In that range.
Yeah.
But why don't we?
I don't know. I all the way back, during the Obama presidency, I met with Obama many times, but usually in group settings. The one-on-one meeting I had with Obama in the Oval Office, I said, look, the one thing that we really need to do is set up at the beginnings of an AI regulatory agency, and it can start with insight, where you don't just come shooting from the hip, throwing out regulations. You just start with insight, where the AI regulatory committee simply goes in to understand what all the companies are doing, insight. and then proposes rules that all the AI companies agree to follow, just like sports teams in the NFL. You have proposed rules for football that everyone agrees to follow, that make the game better. So that's the way to do it. But nothing came of it.
What did he say when you said that to him?
I mean, he seemed to kind of agree, but also people didn't realize where AI was headed at that time. So AI seemed like some super futuristic
for
thing,
sure,
sci-fi basically. So I'm telling you, this is going to be smarter than the smartest human, and my predictions are coming absolutely true, and so we need to have some insight here, just to make sure that these companies aren't cutting corners, doing dangerous things. But Google kind of controlled the White House at that time, and they did not want any regulatory.
Well, that's it. I mean, you never see politicians turn down opportunities to become more powerful, which is the point of regulation. It makes them more powerful.
Yeah.
So it sounds like regulatory capture then.
Well, yeah. I mean, the CIO of the White House at the time was ex-Google person, so they put the brakes on any AI regulation. And we still don't have any AI regulation at the federal level.
It's amazing.
So I think we should have something above nothing. Like I said, at least insight. Where even if there's no rule that's being broken, they can at least say, hey, we have insight into what this company is doing, or that company is doing, and we're concerned. That would be helpful to know.
Yeah. Instead, politically motivated liars are in charge of the future. It seems a little sketchy. Last question, you really kind of pulled out a lot of stops to help Trump. You're on stage yesterday. If he gets elected, will you continue to help him?
Yeah,
how?
Absolutely. So we've talked about kind of a government efficiency commission, or the Department of Government Efficiency, which is a funny...
What percent? Sorry, I'm just laughing. I love it. You managed to make it sound a little sinister. Government efficiency. What percentage of Google employees did you can when you got there?
You mean Twitter?
Rather, I beg your pardon. Sorry, you just been talking about Google. Twitter.
Yeah. Well, we're about 80%, and we've actually improved the features and functionality of the site more in the past year and a half than the last, 8 years, with 20% of the staff. So
I just want to throw that out for context. So you've talked to Trump about some kind of commission?
Which he's mentioned publicly several times, and he's very supportive of having some kind of, government efficiency commission. Can call it Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. I kind of like DOGE. It's more fun. Where we just take a look at all the federal agencies and say, do we really need whatever it is, 428 federal agencies? Like, if there's so many that people have never even heard of, and that have overlapping areas of responsibility, we should, we should get. I mean, there are more federal agencies than there are years since the establishment of the United States, which means that we've created more than one federal agency per year on average. That seems a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. So we should have, that seems crazy. I think we should be able to get away with 99 agencies. I don't know. That seems a lot like a lot of agencies.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
2 per state. That's a lot.
Yeah, exactly. We should have fewer agencies, and they certainly shouldn't have overlapping responsibilities. And then we need some kind of, we just need a review of regulations to say which ones are sensible and which ones are not. Because if you've got regulators every year, they're going to add more regulations, just automatic. Like they just output regulations, and there's more laws and regulations every year until basically everything's legal, so we can't get anything done. So we need some kind of garbage collection for regulations that don't make sense. I think I'm saying very obvious things.
You are saying obvious things.
Yeah. So
which will be very unpopular things.
Yeah. I'll probably need, if this happens, quite a significant security team. So that, because someone might literally go postal on me from the post office.
But in the meantime, you've got America PAC.
Yeah.
That is encouraging voting for the next month. Am I summarizing correctly?
Yeah. I mean, I formed America PAC really to support core values that I believe in, which are, I think, again, very obvious centrist positions, which is like in America, I think we want safe cities, secure borders, sensible spending. Tell me where I'm going far right here. We want to have the right to self-protection. We should respect the Constitution and not try to break the Constitution. It's there for a reason. We should stop lawfare. And I kind of listed these out. These are all listed on the America PAC website. People can go look at the America PAC website. It's theamericapac.org and see if there's anything I disagree with, or where perhaps we should modify these goals. But I think these are good goals to have. They were certainly part of the and right to free speech.
Yes.
First Amendment. If we don't have free speech, we don't have democracy because people cannot make an informed vote. So those are my controversial views. And look, I don't think either party. I don't think the Republicans are perfect. I don't think, obviously, right now I'm more Republican than Democrat, but it's not like I think the Republican Party is perfect or is without issues. But we've got a choice between two candidates, and I think on balance, it's a no-brainer to vote for Trump. And if we don't vote for Trump, I think we're at serious risk of losing our democracy and becoming a one-party state where there isn't an election anymore. There's only a Democratic primary like there is in California.
Elon Musk, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
All right, what is up, X Takeover? This is absolutely insane. So, special virtual guest appearance from freaking Elon Musk. This is just crazy. So let's put him on.
Hey guys. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. So, Elon, this is John from Tesla Owner Silicon Valley. I just want to personally thank you for spending your precious time to be here at the X Takeover with this audience. On behalf of Tesla Owner Silicon Valley, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
So we just want to, I guess, let's just dive right into it. But can you share just a little bit about hold on, sorry. I'm just like, so I think one thing, obviously, we know in the next week or two, Starship 5 is going to be happening. What's top of mind? What does success look like for you?
Well, it's probably not. I mean, from a standpoint of when Starship will be ready, it's probably is about 2 or 3 weeks, but then depends on when we get the FAA license. So that is probably end of August, is my guess, earliest, and it may go to early September. Just depends on how fast the FAA grants our license.
And for you, what does success look like? I know there's the idea of literally using the chopsticks to capture this. Is that still the goal? Is that what success would look like? Or what is success for you in SpaceX in this next Starship 5 launch?
Well, we would like to catch the booster in the giant Mechazilla arms, which sounds kind of insane. And because this is the largest flying object ever made. So to catch it with giant robot arms is pluck it out of the sky is pretty insane. But I think it's got a decent chance of working. Might take a few kicks at the can before it's actually before it works well. But we're not breaking physics, so success is one of the possible outcomes here. So we do want to try to recover the booster. On the last flight, we were able to achieve a soft landing in the ocean or the Gulf, in the water, and
Congrats, by the way.
yeah, that's cool. So I think people may have seen the real-time video all the way down to the splashdown. And then the other thing we're hoping to achieve is obviously a more robust heat shield. So last time the ship actually did make it to the Pacific Ocean, or kind of like the border of the Indian and the Pacific Ocean, and it did light the engines, and actually the ship did achieve a soft landing, but we lost a lot of heat shield tiles, and it's kind of amazing that the ship did make it to a soft water landing, and that it made it all the way to the surface and also splashed down intact. However, because of damage to because of lost tiles, and I mean, we're basically at like two skeleton. The forward flaps were so melted, they were like trying to control with like little skeleton hands. But it managed to make it, but it didn't get to the exact right location. So because it lost the control authority, it was about, I think, 6 miles or so off course from its landing location. So this time, obviously, we want the heat shield to survive intact, and the flaps to have full control authority and land at not just land softly in the ocean, but land at the exact right location. The ship landing is the tough part, meaning like that's because the ship has a heat shield and it's really designed to survive entry, not to sort of vaporize. It comes down very much intact. And so we need to make sure that for the ship, that the reliability of the heat shield is extremely high, and that the flaps, and that it can steer to a very precise landing location. Because if it were to break up of a populated area, there's some possibility of debris hitting, damaging property or people. And so we want to be really confident that the ship heat shield is super robust and lands at the exact right location. So before we try to bring the ship back to the launch site, we'll probably, I think, want to have at least 3 successful landings of the ship. And the ship heat shield this time is substantially upgraded. I'd say it's at least twice as good. Well, some cases like infinitely better, and has a secondary heat shield behind the primary heat shield. So it's probably a longer explanation than maybe you're looking for, but that's what we're hoping to achieve is, I think we got probably a 50% chance-ish of catching the booster, and then probably better than 50%, maybe 60, 70% chance of the ship heat shield remaining intact on this upcoming flight, assuming nothing else goes wrong.
So one thing I did want to comment is actually the X takeover is actually you're coming through Starlink right now. So all the work that SpaceX is doing, it's all through Starlink.
Well, it's Starlink here too. It's Starlink.
Starlink connecting Starlink.
Yeah, I'm testing the Starlink Mini as well. So I'm like alternating between the main Starlink dish and the Starlink Mini dish. Now, to be clear, the Starlink Mini dish is not as good as the regular dish because it's a smaller antenna. It's not as much antenna area as the regular dish. So just to be clear, like the Starlink Mini is not exactly the same as the other one, but just smaller.
Backpack size.
It's like you give up a little bit of antenna area but it's extremely portable. So it's like I don't know, maybe a quarter of the weight of the regular one, but and you'll get about half the bandwidth. So it's sort of, it's power to weight. It's like ability to weight ratio is really good. And then you can just put it in a backpack, take it anywhere you want. I think it'd be pretty good as a sort of a backup device for emergency services. Actually, a lot of sort of first responders and emergency services are looking at having that as just because it's so easy to just put on a vehicle. In fact, I know people have put it on Teslas, which is pretty cool.
We have Cybertrucks here with them, literally stationed on them. Shout out to Tesla Tino and some of the other ones.
Yeah, but I think like the Starlink Mini especially is because it's so portable and easy to put in places. It's just great for emergency services, or if there's like forest fires, floods, natural disasters, which take out where you lose the ground fiber and you lose the cell towers, then you still have access to the internet with Starlink.
So Elon, we're in the market for a Starlink Mini. So 2 thumbs up, good reviews. How do you like it so far?
It's good. It's a new product, so we're always like ironing out little things here and there. But so far so good. It's looking good. I think it'll be a huge seller, and also it costs less to manufacture. So that means the terminal cost I think might ultimately get down around a couple $100, which makes it accessible to a lot, many parts of the world where the more expensive terminal is unaffordable. So this should be affordable for much of the world.
Well, I can't wait to get out to South Padre Island for selfish reasons and have the Starlink Mini to cover this live. But what's incredible is just the access that Starlink is. You can go anywhere in the world and have access. Like the gap for knowledge is no longer going to be an issue in some of the most remote places. So even making it more accessible with Starlink Mini is just insane. Quickly back to the Starship 5. So Starship 4 happened. I was there live on Isla Blanca Park. And then even going through the Star Factory tour, just what you guys are doing at Starbase is incredible, and how fast you iterate and make changes on the fly as it's, each day that goes by, it feels like a century maybe at other places because of how much you guys are changing. What outside of the heat shields, what were some of the other big findings from the Starship 4 launch that you guys are implementing for and preparing for this upcoming launch?
Well, there's really between each flight there are hundreds of changes on both the ship and the booster. Many of them are very sort of small, but they add up, cumulatively to significant changes. So like if you add up changes to the ship, the booster, and to the launch site, you're really talking about thousands of changes between each flight. So you got really talented teams at SpaceX working on the stage 0, which is like the launch site, and stage 0 is as important as stage 1 and 2. So the stage 1 being the booster, stage 2 being the ship. So man, there's so many. And a lot of them people wouldn't. If I got into the details of it, people would be like, "I don't know what you're talking about," because it's gonna be it's gonna be like a little valve here and a line change here and a wiring routing change there and a bunch of tweaks to the software, and so it's a whole bunch of things that are not like as easy to describe as upgrading the heat shield. There's now there's a much more significant change coming in a couple flights from now. I think it's ship 7, where we move the forward flaps more towards the rear. So this has always bugged me as a kind of design mistake we made with the ship initially, which is to have the forward flaps be symmetric with the rear flaps, where the forward flaps are at 180 degrees. And you really actually want the forward flaps to be kind of in the lee of the wind. This is I'm cautious about getting into too much technical detail that maybe doesn't make sense if you don't know about like rock. But the way you think of how the ship steers itself is it's kind of like a skydiver where the flaps are like the forward flap, they're like arms and legs. So it's really different from a plane. It's like and then the forward flaps, you really don't want the forward flaps to be visible to the airflow, because you're really trying desperately to not have the engine side rotate forward and get into the hot plasma. So with I think it's ship 7, the forward flaps get smaller, and they kind of they rotate back. I mean, their hinge position, instead of being 180 degrees, is like, I don't know, maybe 150 degrees or so. And so the forward flaps are really just used as trim flaps. So that basically, in a nutshell, the flaps get smaller and lighter, the payload improves, and then there's continued improvements to the heat shields. The engines get better, so we're able to run the engines at higher thrust with more reliability. And then a really big step change will be maybe in the next year or something like that, where we get rid of the base heat shield and the ship heat shield, the engine side heat shield. So the engines do not need to be encapsulated with the next big revision of the Raptor engine, which is quite tricky, but that eliminates a lot of mass at the base of the vehicle and at the base of the ship. But the base of the ship and the booster both get a lot lighter, and the engines are more robust. There's a lot of Starship technical detail here, but and then also the payload will be comfortably above 100 tons to a useful orbit. So 100 tons to useful orbit with full reusability, where the booster and the ship come back to the launch site, means that the cost per ton to orbit is, I don't know, maybe about 100 times less than it has been in the past. And this is what would enable life to extend beyond Earth, and to build a self-sustaining city on Mars, which would maximize the probable lifespan of consciousness by, I don't know, many millennia, if not millions of years.
I'm going to pass it over to Kelvin after this, but one thing that's incredible about you, Elon, is how much in the weeds you are. I don't think I've ever seen any leader at any company be so involved in the weeds, and the fact that you can go as high and as low, literally, it's just truly amazing. So I'm going to pass it over to Kelvin, but that's just one thing that I've noticed about you, is that you're highly involved in everything you're doing, and you're able to step out bird's eye, but also get into the weeds.
Yeah, well, I mean, I drive the engineering and design at the company, so that's like relatively unusual, but that's I mean, that's, I think, a big part of why the companies succeed, is because I understand the engineering, and I know when somebody, my judgment on whether somebody is great at engineering or design is quite good. So in terms of really having the most talented people, giving them the most responsibility, if you don't actually understand the engineering, then how do you know that somebody's a good engineer? So that's really important. So that's I think, we're a very talented team, but in order to know that somebody's talented, you must also understand the engineering.
Elon, we're going to shift gears and talk about Tesla.
Woo!
Sounds good. This is the Tesla takeover.
Now the X takeover, but we do Tesla takeovers all over the world now.
Yeah.
That's cool. By the way, guys, I just want to say thanks a lot for your support. It's super appreciated. Thank you.
And I know Kelvin's going to follow up with a question, but I just wanted to say thank you from our organization for the support. I'm literally 2018 and got my Tesla, started driving it, and I can't believe the amount of FUD out there on it and fake news, especially even in the Bay Area. And so
yeah, it's always been that way, you know. It's
exactly, but that's what dragged me into getting into this community and creating now these epic events. But I'll pass it over to Kelvin.
Yeah, Elon. So obviously a lot of Tesla fans here as well as SpaceX, but regarding on the Tesla side, can you give us any updates on any future models? Obviously, you know, the robo-taxi is coming out.
You know, I mean, I can't do like product announcements.
At the X takeover, just joking.
I mean, I think the you know, a lot of what I've said, I said on the earnings call, or tweets. I try to, you know, say what I think on the earnings call. The overwhelmingly important thing is achieving unsupervised full self-driving. So this is really profound, and hopefully a lot of you have gotten the chance to use 12.5 or at least 12.3.6. So the Tesla AI team, and it's a couple hundred. It's not a huge team. It's just a few hundred super talented engineers. But I do want to emphasize that it's obviously way more than me, but it's more than Ashok, and it's like it's like tough to recognize like 200 people. But I just do want to emphasize that there's it's actually a little more than 200 people that are really responsible for the full self-driving software side. And then we've got a great chip design team, because you need the chip it's going to run on something. So the Tesla AI chip, hardware 3 and hardware 4, and then upcoming hardware 5, which will probably be in volume production in 26. Yeah, 26. There's really great chip team, and then we've also got a great training cluster team. Like, it's actually very hard to run to build and run a large NVIDIA training cluster takes a lot of skill and a lot of work. Team's cranking 24/7 on building the south extension to the Gigafactory in Austin. And I was actually just talking to the team last night, making good progress for installing the servers. But I do. It's like sometimes people think, oh, you just buy NVIDIA GPUs and plug them in, and they start the training run, and off you go. This is not the case at all.
Magic.
It's super hard, actually. In fact, one of the tricky things that is kind of interesting with if you've got a large NVIDIA training run, or in any kind of like large training run, the power fluctuations are unlike anything you ever see anywhere else, because the GPUs are all running with extreme precision. It's like a symphony, like this massive symphony with, in the case of the installation at Giga Texas will be 50,000. It's like, imagine 50,000 instruments all moving in symphony. And what that actually causes, it's like actually extremely difficult, like a nightmare electrically, because when the GPUs go up, the power goes up, and the GPUs go down, power goes down. and this can happen at like 100 millisecond intervals. So it's actually quite a difficult thing electrically.
Sounds like a light show almost.
It's kind of like a light show. You get these dramatic changes in power draw. And so and when you got 50 megawatts, that can go from 50 megawatts down to 20 megawatts in 100 milliseconds. That's just very unusual. So, and back up again. Anyway, so it's actually quite challenging. So shout out to the Tesla team for that is building and operating the training center. So it's really like quite a few pieces of the puzzle that need to be done, and then we've got to record a lot of data, and feed that into the training system. But the net result is that it's really starting to become quite compelling, I think, with 12.5. As I mentioned publicly, we've increased the number of parameters by a factor of 5. Now, one can't simply increase parameters. One does not simply increase parameters. Unless those parameters are useful and done in the right way, it doesn't matter. You actually have to have the parameters be the right. Well, each parameter is like just a number, but the numbers have to be correct. And you can think of what the AI is trying to do is effectively compress reality. So it's trying to say like, okay, we're taking all this video in, trying to understand reality, compress it down to, a few gigabytes, really. Although I think that's steadily expanding and will probably end up being 20 gigabytes soon. But we're trying to compress reality into, I don't know, a few gigabytes is pretty hard. And because the inference computer in the car is much weaker than, say, a GPU in a server center, it's only got like maybe 15 to 20% as much power. So in order to make, if your inference computer is relatively weak, then you have to spend actually more effort on the training side in order to make up for the weak inference computer. Anyway, but it is working. I think it's doing really well. I think we'll see continued rapid improvements each passing week.
Speaking of light shows, Elon, I just want to say thank you for reposting and sharing our light show from X Takeover. Appreciate it.
Sure.
So I want to talk about battery technologies. What advancements are you most excited about in terms of battery technology, and how will they impact the range of and efficiencies of future Teslas?
Well, I think it's important to note that even if there were no battery breakthroughs at all, I think you could electrify all road transport, and all road and transport and all ships could be electrified. With even if there was zero improvements in battery technology. This may be an important point to note. Now, there will be improvements in battery technology, but even if there weren't, you could electrify all ground and water transport. For airplanes, you do need some improvement in the energy density, the gravimetric and volumetric energy density. So you ideally want to have about a 450 to 500 watt-hours per kilogram energy density. Which you can get, I think, in some. It's getting there. Like it's with some expensive cells, they're up in that region. But really, most of the R&D effort is in improving the cost per per kilowatt hour. So the cost of range, like how do you improve the cost of the battery pack in order to make the cars more affordable. And then, from a range standpoint, I think people are coming to expect a range of roughly 300 miles, I think, as being kind of normal, maybe a little above 300 miles. And that's if you're assuming that you're not climbing a mountain in cold weather. Because as you add more load, the range will decrease. On the other hand, if you're going down a mountain, your range will increase. I think that we're really gonna, I think, starting to see like a normal EPA range of above 300 miles as being kind of the normal standard. And then just figuring out how to build enough battery packs and scale it up. We're making good progress in the Tesla designed cell, which is a design manufacturer cell, which is this is a hard problem. I mean, there are entire companies that's all they do. But the rate of progress is good. And but like I said, no major breakthroughs. There's a lot of work just to say like how many gigawatt hours of cells need to be made every year to really transition the world to a sustainable energy economy. It's actually, hundreds of gigawatt hours per year, ultimately perhaps thousands. And a lot of it will go to stationary storage. So for pairing wind power with stationary battery packs and solar power with stationary battery packs, and just overall improving the efficiency and stability of the grid with the stationary battery packs. That's actually quite a big deal. So, yeah, but overall, I feel like things are progressing at a good rate.
So I've been, again, when you think of a lot of the OGs that I've met over the years who've been following Tesla, I'm fairly late to the game, but it's crazy even since 2018, going from being weeks, if not days, from bankruptcy to how the company has been going from ramping to 5,000 Model 3s into full self-driving. And the one thing, I mean, I always knew that I was driving a robot at the end of the day, but never did I think, I guess maybe I was just limited in thinking that we would ever create humanoids in Tesla specifically. And again,
yeah.
How would you say, as also too, Tesla is an AI robotics company. How has that just changed the outlook for Tesla, just having these bots maybe, ramping to being in the factories? And you've made comments about how you believe, Tesla will be the most valuable company in the world. And so, how is robotics?
Yeah.
So how has robotics, humanoids just impacted the valuation view and really the vision for the company?
Right. Well, I mean, you can think of the Tesla cars as essentially robots on four wheels. So it's really profound, and I'd recommend get just giving demonstrations of the self-driving capability to people, to friends and family and stuff, because if you take a Model 3 or Model Y, I mean it's a good-looking car, but it doesn't look like it has like super intelligence. It looks like it's a good-looking electric car, but it doesn't look like it's like. I mean, I use the analogy like, let's say you had a cat, and it looks like a normal cat, but actually your cat can talk and jump up and do like a hat and cane dance and do like a musical.
Are you talking about Garfield?
Actually, like let's say you had a sentient cat that could talk and sing and dance. But people look at the cat on the couch and the cat, well, it just looks like a normal cat, until it jumps up and does a song and dance, and it's like, whoa, like, wow, what was that? So that's the thing with the self-driving is that, yeah, sure, the Model 3 Y, they're good-looking, normal-looking cars, except ours can basically sing and dance, and it's intelligent and can drive from one place to another. So, it's just demonstrating that to people kind of blows their mind. So I'd recommend doing that because that's really key. And then for the Optimus robot, that's really an extension of what we've learned with the car. So the car is a robot with four wheels, intelligent robot with four wheels, and Optimus is an intelligent robot with arms and legs. So, in the case of in the case of Optimus, we have to design every part of the robot from scratch. All the motors and gears and electronics and sensors all had to be designed from scratch. And also we had to learn how to at how to operate all of these motors and sensors, you really get to learn a lot about how the human body works, and you realize there's a reason why we evolved this way. There's a reason why the muscles that operate your hand are actually located in your forearm, because you actually so you're if you look at your sort of hand, it's sort of like it's like a puppet basically, and the puppet strings are in your forearm, I mean, there are a small number of muscles that are actually in the hand, but most of the muscles that operate your hand are in your forearm. So with the current version of Optimus, we actually have the actuators in the hand, but with the new version that we're moving to later this year, the actuators are in the forearm, and really emulating how a human hand works. So, and there really are no motors, and there are no actuators. When I say actuator, an actuator would be like motor plus gearbox plus power electronics and sensors. There are no actuators that you can buy for really any amount of money that work well for a humanoid robot. So we actually go back to physics first principles and design all of the actuators from scratch. So it's a tremendous amount of work, and I think it'd be very difficult for any company that does not have that's not extremely good at designing actuators to make an effective humanoid robot. And then it'll have the same like brain as the car. So initially hardware 4 and then hardware 5 in 26. And then just as the car is learning how to navigate reality, it's the same basic process for the humanoid robot. And I think basically everyone's going to want one. So it's like, who wouldn't want, sort of like, there's different ways to think of robots, but like let's say R2-D2 and C-3PO were real, and you could have them. Like, who would not want R2-D2, C-3PO? That would be awesome.
Elon, yeah.
Like a friendly buddy robot. Now we need to make sure they stay friendly, of course. That's very important.
I was hoping for a Garfield.
Yeah, but I think it's kind of like people get pretty attached to their humanoid robots, just like people, you get attached to C-3PO and R2-D2. I think everyone's going to pretty much want one. And I think long term, the cost of the humanoid robot should be less than the cost of a car because it weighs less. There's, fewer parts in it. So ultimately, I think, a humanoid robot that is super useful, I think long term is probably like $20,000 or $25,000. But it depends on what a dollar's worth in the future, inflation and all. But current year dollars, I think, I can see reaching a price of $25,000 for a humanoid robot that would be really useful. That could help you take care of kids, walk the dog, go get groceries, like whatever works, So I think everyone's going to want one. So there's 8 billion people on Earth, and I think they're all going to want one. So that's why I think it's probably going to be the biggest thing ever.
Elon, what are you going to use your robot for?
Well, I mean, initially we're starting like production unit 1 of production design 1 of Optimus, which we'll do some basic stuff in the Tesla factories next year because we want to iron out a lot of details. It's just to make sure it's useful. And for the first year or so, it's going to require quite a lot of babysitting from engineering, and then hopefully when we get to 2026, that'll be when we could sort of sell it outside of the company. Because have be confident that it'll work reasonably well and respond to voice commands and that kind of thing. So, and then you'll be able to sort of, I think, customize how the robot looks as well, long term. Because you can kind of shell or skin the robot however you like. So I think there'll be wide variations in how the robot looks, how the robot looks, and maybe like some third parties could do cool things, just like there's like cool third party wraps of the Cybertruck. That's some really creative art, I think. So the Cybertruck's like, even though it ships as kind of like bare stainless steel, it ends up having some of the most interesting art in terms of how it's wrapped. And so it's really quite unique. And actually, I was talking to Pharrell. He was obviously very creative, and I think he has some ideas for doing a Pharrell version of an Optimus, for example, which would be pretty cool to have like different artists come up with different versions of Optimus.
So, speaking of Cybertruck, I've had a Cybertruck since middle of February, and I'm so used to FSD, and you probably know.
You really want the. I totally agree.
I don't know if I could get special access, but or more importantly for everybody, I'm just saying I've driven 10,000 miles, and it kills my soul to be driving the most advanced technology.
Sure.
And I feel like I'm driving. It's still the most amazing vehicle Tesla's ever made, but any updates on FSD with Cybertruck?
Well, I think that should be coming out in August. So 12.5
technically 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's at some point in the next 2 to 4-ish weeks. It should work. Cybertruck. I mean, I'm not sure the exact timing because we just have to test it and make sure it works well. But 12.5 is where a lot of things come together. Where you've got the high, we upgrade the highway stack to be the latest version. So it's you don't have the old highway stack and the new city stack yet. So having one sort of integrated state-of-the-art stack for highway and city is a big deal. Like little things like you can wear sunglasses and still do the hands-off driving, and then having it work on Cybertruck. I mean, a friend of mine drove Cybertruck all the way halfway across the country, and he said it was driving him crazy. It was driving him crazy that he could not turn on FSD because it wasn't working.
We literally have people, I think, who drove from Florida, Toronto, in their Cybertrucks. Well, not for, but just coming from all over the U.S. And I think that's literally the one thing they were just like feeling peasant status, even though this is the best product that Tesla has made yet. So.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great product. It should be very soon.
Elon, what other future car projects are you most excited about? Is it the Roadster? Is it the Robotaxi? Can you speak about what you're most excited about?
Well, I think in terms of what will have the biggest impact in the world, it will be the kind of the Robotaxi, dedicated Robotaxi. Now, of course, all Tesla vehicles can operate it or will be able to operate as a Robotaxi. Pretty much all. So. But I think the dedicated Robotaxi will have the single biggest effect in the world. The semi-truck, I think, will have a very, very big effect. The Roadster is one of those things that's not like necessary from a utility standpoint, but is super cool. I guess a friend of mine, Peter Thiel, is like, he always says like, why don't we have flying cars? And I'm like, wait for it. It's coming. So I think it'll be super cool. Is it change the world? I don't know, but I think like sometimes you just gotta have things that are just cool because it's just great to have awesome things in the world. So it's kind of cherry on the cake. I think the Roadster demo will be mind-blowing. It might be the most mind-blowing demo of anything ever.
Wow.
So quick follow-up, when is that happening? I don't know if you could share that, but it's all good if you have to pass on that one.
I think next year. Next year sometime. And that's a joint sort of Tesla SpaceX effort. So it's kind of applying combining rocket engineering with Tesla EV engineering
Alien technology.
to make something really special.
I heard it can fly a little.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it'll be something special, and we'll continue to make new products that we haven't talked about at all. So there's there's new things that'll come out. But the really ultra profound thing is full self-driving. Is unsupervised full self-driving. That's like the gigantic thing. And then Optimus having an autonomous, useful humanoid robot is an even bigger thing than full self-driving. Those are the two things that, like, if you were to look back in history from, fast forward like 20, 30 years or 50 years even, like, what are the things that really were profound? It'll be unsupervised, a general solution to unsupervised full self-driving, and a humanoid robot that is truly useful. Even 100 years from now, they'll be like, whoa, those are big ones.
Elon, you have a date on the calendar for the announcement and launch of the robotaxi. What can we expect from that?
Well, I can't give it away, gotta have some, you don't want to give the show away before the show, So I think it'll be cool.
Just a tease.
I think it'll be cool. I think people will be pretty excited, yeah. It's like I do wonder, like, in the actual event itself, how many people will realize how profound it is, what we're gonna show? I think some people will understand how profound. Not everyone will, but it will be obvious in hindsight.
So I know we've been going 45 minutes. I just want to do a quick time check. Do you want to keep going a little bit more, or because we're so grateful for your time?
5 or 10 minutes more.
Okay. So yeah, everyone, thank you, Elon, for your time. One thing I wanted to ask you is, so, we have, obviously the latest vehicle, the Model 3 Performance, or really the Model 3 Highland has been out, the Cybertruck came out. When you think of just obviously even the future of transportation, and obviously that's obviously where Franz comes into play with the design, but when you think of unsupervised FSD, how does that change the way you even approach tackling or building something like the future of transportation? And again, I know I don't have to throw the design aspect into it, but just when you think of what is next, how does the future of transportation impact that?
Well, if you're not driving, you're really effectively sitting in like a tiny lounge, and then having, say, being entertained with being able to watch movies or play video games or work, it's really, the car just becomes like a tiny mobile lounge. That's or you could sleep, whatever you want to do. I mean, you could drink too. I mean, you're not driving, so it's this thing where, like, it's like a little mobile lounge. It's not something that you have to be, focus your attention on driving all the time. So it's a completely different experience. One cool thing I should mention is that would be, I think, interesting down the road is also for Optimus. For people that have lost their limbs, that if you take Neuralink, basically being able to control, which the Neuralink version 1 telepathy allows you to control electronic devices. If somebody's lost their arms or legs or whatever the case may be, then taking, say, an Optimus arm or leg and attaching that and combining that with a Neuralink would give them essentially cybernetic limbs. Kind of like Luke Skywalker and Empire Strikes Back, where you get like a robot hand. So I think that could be pretty incredible for people that have lost limbs, being able to have like a cybernetic limb. I think that'd be a cool sort of combined effort between Neuralink and Tesla.
Elon, there was some recent news on X about some candy announcements or something like that.
No, I don't know what that is. I was just joking about the candy stuff. So yeah, I have too much on my plate to add candy to it, I think.
So fake news.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wild how much is happening in the world. I mean, there's stuff happening with SpaceX and Tesla and all the advancements in AI. A lot of advancements in pharma as well. There's a lot of interesting, like, kind of miracle drugs coming along. We're certainly headed for, I think, the most interesting future. I think we live in the most interesting of times. Sometimes it's like easy to sort of, like, I don't know, get down about like some day-to-day event or political stuff or whatever. But in the grand scheme of things, we are living in the most interesting time in history. And that's pretty cool.
Yeah, just on that, it's so easy to, I honestly don't know how you do it on a minute by hourly basis on things that are just lies and things that are being said. But it's so important to have, a positive mindset, especially as those attacks are coming. Because if you're just depressed about everything that's just coming at you, it's just so hard to move forward. And so it takes people like you who are actually being a part of that change rather than just watching it from the sidelines. And so thank you for that. I mean, it's one thing I'll ask, and then I'll maybe pass it to Kelvin for one last question. So we have a lot of retail investors here. As we know, it's actually, I just want to say how amazing X is, and how some of the stuff has even worked in the backgrounds. I remember meeting Amy Steffens, who was behind, obviously, who her team that she worked with to kind of like build a lawsuit, obviously, on the comp plan. I met her on an X Spaces, Twitter Spaces, and we got connected. And she ended up on our podcast, and next thing I know, she connects with Alexandra Mertz, Tesla Boomer Mama. And seeing all of the work that's happening behind the scenes with what Amy was doing and then what Alexandra was doing on the front facing. But the question I wanted to have is, when you think of retail investors and what it's meant to Tesla, what comes to mind, especially, again, all the work that, the community has done, Alexandra, the Amy's of the world, the Tesla community. But what comes to mind when you think of retail investors for Tesla?
Well, I love retail investors, I have to say, because I think retail investors, or like individual investors, are like they're like making a decision to support the company, and that's super appreciated. I think we have the highest retail investor percentage of maybe any company, or maybe certainly one of the highest, and I think that's really a good thing. There's going to be sort of ups and downs in the stock price for random reasons, but I do feel confident that the long-term value of the company will be extremely high. I think the best analysis I've seen is like Kathy Wood's company, ARK Invest. They've been the most accurate in the past, and it's the value of the company is going to be kind of nutty with unsupervised full self-driving and with Optimus. It's I sort of wonder ultimately what money will even mean in the future, because if you've got robots that if the cost of goods and services are driven to almost nothing, I think we will, assuming it's a positive future, which I think it probably will be, then we're headed for an age of abundance. I do feel like maybe that like Tesla's kind of in a phase right now, like similar to what NVIDIA was in before NVIDIA stock went bananas. And I have to say, like, NVIDIA deserves the valuation they've got. Jensen and his team have done an amazing job. But it really goes to show like the value of any kind of AI, a company that is strong in AI it's just going to be crazy. And it will dwarf the value of companies that do not have advanced AI. Really will be profoundly different. I mean, it's the simple sort of productivity kind of back of the envelope math for cars is that, typical passenger car is about 10 hours of use a week. It's called like an hour and a half a day for 7 days, so it's about 10 hours. But if it's autonomous, it could be used 100 hours a week. Now, I'm not sure what the average usage would be, but average usage in autonomous mode might be 50 hours, but certainly it could be used 100 hours of 168 hours a week. So that would be a 10x increase in the productivity of the car, but it costs the same. So if you just do the basic math on that, it's like, okay, now you go from like, I don't know, 20, 25% margins to 90% margins. It's insane. Yeah. And then that, for cars that are owned by customers, then we'd obviously revenue share with the customers. And so the owners of the cars, I think, I think would earn quite a bit more than the lease cost or financing cost of the car when it's in autonomous mode. But if you just think of asset utilization efficiency, and you go from 10 hours a week of a car to 50 or 100 hours a week, and it's the same car, that's just, it's the biggest explosion in value, maybe ever.
So, I had a quick follow-up, but again, let us know we can do a time check. But you kind of were just talking about just content, and like one question I actually had, it was a follow-up kind of a little bit to what you were mentioning and somewhat off topic, but do you foresee a rise in mechanisms to determine the authenticity of content and the validity of what is being said? Like, I think that's in this future,
Sure.
right? I mean, I see half the time I feel like I turn up YouTube and, they're taking an interview from you and then you're randomly mentioning Bitcoin and.
Oh, man.
Or I've seen interviews of us, like people are messaging us from our interview back in May of 2022 and they're live streaming it like it's happening live. I'm like, wow, I looked different 2 years ago with longer hair. It's like, but it's you talking and you're randomly, the Bitcoin, reel is going on the bottom. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be promoting crypto. So if at most in a joking way, but if you see me pumping crypto, it's not me. I mean, I do think there's some merit in Bitcoin and maybe some of the other crypto, and I sort of have a soft spot for Dogecoin because I just like dogs and memes. But yeah, I don't know. On the X platform, there's pretty quickly things get community noted, or there's in the replies people say, "Hey, this is not real." So I think I think I don't know. We can work to try to have community notes surface faster, and also to if similar videos are popping up, that the community note gets appended to any kind of similar video. But I think it's definitely always one should be cautious about seeing any. If you see a sales pitch for crypto, I would double check whether that is real.
All right, Elon. We want to wrap up with a final question for you, which is, what are you most excited about regarding Tesla and SpaceX?
Well, I think I've basically described it already, but the key for SpaceX is to achieve full and rapid reusability of the Starship rocket. This is really the holy grail of space technology. No one has ever made a fully reusable orbital rocket. So Starship is the first design that is even capable of that. This is an absolutely profound thing, because a fully reusable, rapidly reusable rocket is the difference between humanity being a single planet civilization and a multi-planet civilization. So that's gigantic, and I think we might get there next year. So that's a big deal. And then for Tesla, yeah, I mean, I don't want to count the chickens until they're hatched. These are tough chickens, but I think it's going to happen next year. And then a general solution to self-driving, that is also an incredibly profound thing, and that's unsupervised full self-driving. That looks like it's, if it doesn't happen later this year, it seems extremely likely to happen next year. If you just plot the points in the curve of miles between interventions, that number is improving dramatically. So those are really the two whopper things. And then, as I mentioned, for Tesla, also Optimus. The Optimus numbers are like, they're really just, they're like so mind-blowing that you're like, is this real? But because I actually think the market for humanoid robots is in excess of 10 billion units, like more than the number of humans. Because people will each want one, and then there'll be others that are involved in industry and stuff. So, if they do sell even at volume for $20,000, that's 20 trillion. So it's like, I mean, this is bananas numbers, I should say so. Yeah. Anyway, it's just insane numbers.
So we should hold on to their stock.
I should say, yeah. Anyway, it's just really, really nuts. I should say, yeah, $200 trillion. This is just an insane number. $20,000 times 10 billion, so 20 trillion, 200 trillion. It's a lot. It's like bananas numbers. So that's why I wonder, what does money even mean at that point? So these things are, like I said, they're so profound that they will be recognized, assuming we do them, we have to actually do them. They will be recognized 100 years from now, maybe 1,000 years from now, as fundamental milestones in civilization. That's the level of significance we're talking about here. So should be a hell of a couple of years. And thanks for your support, guys. Really super appreciate it.
If we can, we would love to just get a virtual / in-person. I think you literally have a standing ovation happening right now. Yeah, it's crazy. I feel like I can now say Elon actually danced when you're talking about the cat at the X takeover. So, but yeah, thank you again, Elon, Kelvin, and I, on behalf of our organization. Thank you for being at the X Takeover, for giving us literally about an hour of your time and more. Thank you for the support of our community, retail investors, and we appreciate all that you're doing for humanity and actually picking up the shovel and doing it.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thanks, Elon.
All right.